Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthouryt.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. This happened a few years ago when I was at one of the lowest points in my life. I don't normally share stuff like this, but it's been on my mind lately. I'd just gone through a breakup and my job was hanging by a thread. I remember that night I didn't even want to go home because the apartment felt heavy. Like every wall was reminding me how alone I was. So I wandered around downtown after work. It was cold. I ducked into this little park that's usually empty at night, except for the occasional dog walker. I sat on a bench and just cried. Not out loud or anything, but the kind of crying where your chest just hurts because you're holding it in. After a while, I realized that someone had sat down on the bench next to me. I didn't even hear them walk up. It was this older woman, maybe mid-60s, bundled up in a coat with a scarf. She had this kind face, not grandma exactly, but close. She asked, "Rough night?" I nodded. I couldn't even talk at first. She didn't push, just sat there. Then she said, "It's not always going to feel like this. People come and go, but you stay with you." I remember blurting out something like, "I don't even know where I'm supposed to go next." And she laughed softly and said, "Then start with somewhere warm, somewhere safe. Everything else comes after." We talked for maybe 10 minutes. Nothing too deep, just small things about holding on, about not letting a bad night decide your whole story. Her voice was steady, not pitying. By the time she stood up to leave, I felt lighter, like I could actually breathe. When I finally went home, I slept better than I had in weeks. The next day, I even showed up to work on time, which hadn't happened in a while. But the real part of the story comes a couple of weeks later. I was back at the park in the daytime. I mentioned the woman to the guy that runs a little hot dog cart near the benches. I described her: older, short, curly gray hair, big red scarf, gentle voice. He gave me this weird look. Then he said, "Fun glasses?" And I nodded. "You must mean Margaret. She used to live around here, always sat on that bench, talked to anyone who looked like they needed it. Real sweet lady." I said, "Yeah, her, that sounds right." He shook his head and said, "Yeah, but she passed away 2 years ago." I laughed at first because I thought that he was messing with me. But he was serious. Even told me about the little memorial people had left near the bench for her. I walked over, and sure enough, there was a small plaque on the side of the bench. I had never noticed it before. Her name was on it. I remember looking up her obituary, trying to find anything I could on her, and I found a picture. It was her. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that night. All I know is I talked to someone. I felt her warmth and I heard her voice, and it gave me exactly what I needed to get through that night. If it was my brain playing tricks, fine. If it was something else, even better. I just know that I left that park with a little more hope than I went in with. And sometimes when I pass that bench now, I say thank you under my breath. I moved into an old farmhouse about 2 years ago. It's one of those places you drive past and immediately picture in sepia. peeling white paint, a red barn leaning a little too far to one side, and a front porch big enough for 4 rocking chairs. It was built sometime in the late 1800s. The real estate listing called it rustic charm, but my friends just called it creepy. I figured, hey, I grew up in old houses, I can handle creepy. From the first week, I had the sense that someone else was moving in with me. Or more likely, they were already there. It was just the feeling of being observed when you're making coffee or walking down the hall. I did chalk it up to being alone in a big place for the first time and leaning into the creepy. Still, every so often I'd catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. Didn't feel like just shadows. A dark skirt swishing around a doorway. A pale sleeve disappearing into another room. Always quick enough that I couldn't get a good look, but enough that I couldn't help but notice. The kitchen was the worst for that. I'd be rinsing a mug, and I would feel like someone had just walked through the back doorway. The first time it happened, I even called out, thinking maybe one of my friends had stopped by. No answer. Just the smell of old wood and dish soap. The barn had its own atmosphere. Cold, even in the summer. But the house felt like it was living. I certainly didn't feel alone. After a few months, the glimpses started to feel less like nerves and more like a routine. I'd see a hem of a dress vanish around a corner when I walked into the bedroom, or a hand on the banister when I'd come down the stairs. It was always in that muted farmhouse palette. Grays, whites, browns. Always too quick to confront. But then, I actually saw her. It had been raining all day. The whole place smelled like damp hay. I was upstairs reading with the window cracked. The old pipes in the walls clicked as the temperature dropped, and I could hear the wind rattling the tin roof of the porch. I loved these noises. But at some point, I realized the house had gone silent. There were no creaks or pipes. I couldn't even hear the wind. The hair on my arms stood up. That was when I noticed the movement in the hallway. She stepped into view slowly, like she wasn't trying to hide anymore. Full-bodied, solid as a person. A woman, maybe in her 30s, wearing a long, dark skirt, a pale blouse with rolled-up sleeves, hair pinned up in a loose bun. Farm clothes from another time. She wasn't glowing, and she didn't float. She just stood there at the top of the stairs looking at me with this calm, steady expression, like she was checking on me. For a second, I was just frozen in place. My first instinct was to be terrified. Every ghost story I'd ever read came flooding back. But the longer I looked at her, the less afraid I felt. Her face wasn't angry or sad. She looked tired, maybe, but kind. Like the look someone gives a kid who's fallen asleep on the couch. She didn't speak. She didn't move closer. She just met my eyes for what felt like half a minute. She turned and walked down the stairs. By the time I reached the hallway, she was gone. The weirdest part is that after that night, the whole house felt different. It was warmer. The cold corners weren't as cold. The barn didn't feel like it was glaring at me anymore. I do still catch glimpses of her sometimes. The sleeve disappearing around a corner. The skirt swaying at the edge of a doorway. No one else seems to have noticed anything. So for now, it just feels like a neighbor passing by, not something lurking. It's like she's still keeping an eye on the place, making sure I'm okay or that the house is. I've told friends and gotten the usual reactions. You were probably tired when you saw that. Old houses creak. You creep yourself out. Shadows play tricks. I've lived in old houses before, as I said. This wasn't a shadow or a trick. This was a person who didn't exactly exist. Not now. But they did long enough to look at me. I don't know her story. Anything I dug up historically doesn't really seem to fit. Whoever she was, she definitely lived here before me, but who knows when. But I'm okay with her still walking the halls. The house doesn't feel so empty, but it doesn't feel haunted in the sense of scary either. It feels tended to. I'm grateful there's no slamming doors or opening windows. For an old farmhouse, I think that's about as close to a blessing as you're going to get. When I was about 8 or 9, my family took me to a theme park. I won't name which one, partly because it just feels weird attaching the park's name to this story, but I'm sure you could figure it out. I will say it wasn't Disneyland or anything fancy like that. More of a mid-sized park. On the day this happened, my mom wanted to use the restroom near the main pavilion, so she told me to wait outside with my dad. My sister went in with her. My dad hung back for a minute, but then he said he was going to grab us some drinks and left me standing there. I was right by the bathroom doors, people milling past on their way to rides, kids with balloons, popcorn. I remember thinking I couldn't wait to get my own. Then something that almost seemed normal given this setting. Screaming. I heard it. At first it just sounded like a kid having a meltdown somewhere. A scream, sharp, followed by crying that didn't let up. But then it kept going, and there were more voices. Multiple people screaming and crying. It no longer sounded like a tantrum kind of crying. It sounded panicked, desperate, almost like people were getting hurt. The feeling in my chest grew to a stinging panic. I glanced around, probably frantically. I was expecting to see a child nearby. But no one was freaking out, screaming or crying. People just kept moving. Still, I wasn't the only one who noticed. A few people close by. A guy with his son, a teenage couple leaning against the wall, even a woman in a big sun hat. They all froze just for a second like I had. Their faces did that thing where you can tell they definitely heard something, but they didn't want to linger on it. The couple whispered to each other and walked off quickly. The guy and his kid, he frowned, tugged at his son's hand. They moved away without saying anything. The lady with the sun hat was there, though. The crying got louder. Then even more voices joined in. It sounded like a full crowd of people, screams, sobbing, shouts, all layered over each other. The weirdest part was that it felt like it was coming from right around me. The air itself was filled with this noise. Definitely wasn't coming from a ride, as we weren't near any. It just sounded like it was coming from everywhere. I remember my heart pounding so loud I thought I might pass out. I kept staring at the bathroom doors, wishing my mom would come out. I was about to run inside, and then suddenly, the noise cut off. Total silence. The crowd noises of the park rushed back in like nothing had ever happened. The lady in the sun hat looked as confused as I did, but she didn't say anything before walking away. A minute later, my mom and sister came out. My mom gave me a look and said, "Where's your dad? You could have gotten lost." I just kind of stammered something about drinks, and then I asked, "Did you hear that? The crying and screaming?" She shook her head. My sister shook her head too. Neither of them had heard anything. I tried to explain, but my mom just brushed it off, as me being spooked while I waited alone. We went on with our day, and honestly, I forgot about it pretty quickly once we hit the rides. The rest of the trip was great. Fast forward years later, I was a teenager, and I came across a story about a tragic ride accident at the same park. It wasn't recent. It had happened decades before I ever visited. Multiple people died, and a bunch were injured when part of a ride collapsed. The article described how chaotic the scene was, with rescuers trying to pull people out while others screamed for help. The ride had been located right in the same spot where I'd been standing that day outside the bathroom. By the time I visited, it had been long demolished. It was now the Welcome Pavilion. New structures had been built over it, but I was standing on the same ground. When reading that, the memory came flooding back. Voices, the crying, the sheer panic in those sounds. And suddenly, it all made sense why it didn't seem like just one person. It felt like a whole group, because it was. To this day, I believe I wasn't just imagining it. I think I heard echoes of what happened there. Judging by the looks on those strangers' faces, I wasn't the only one who heard it. They just chose to ignore it. I've never been back to that park. I don't think I need to. But I am curious if anyone's ever experienced something like that. When I was a kid, like 11 or 12, we lived in this old 2-story house. Old enough that every door and floorboard creaked, but not so old that we didn't have new age electrical appliances. It had that weird mix of being cozy and unsettling at the same time. There was one room upstairs at the end of the hall that nobody used. I don't even remember why. My parents just never put anything in there. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. It was always locked. Sometimes my dad would go in there to check something, but it wasn't a normal part of the house. More like a part that you avoided without meaning to. The locked room. I kind of hated walking past it at night because it was always colder in that part of the hallway. And I mean noticeably colder. Like I would step out of my room into the hall and bam, the air felt different. And it was heavy. My mom said that it was drafty, but we had central heating and the rest of the house stayed fine. Plus, the door itself always looked darker than the others. Like the light bulb in the hallway just never hit it right. Anyway, one night I wake up to what sounded like someone walking around upstairs. Heavy enough footsteps that I knew it wasn't the cat. At first I thought that it was my dad going to the bathroom, but when I cracked my door, I could see down the hall, and the sound was coming from inside the locked room. Clear as day, it was slow pacing, and maybe something dragging across the floor. I just stood there staring because the door was locked, and I knew that it was locked. I'd tried it 100 times as a kid. I don't know why, maybe curiosity. But my heart was beating pretty fast, and I swear that I heard movement in there, like someone deliberately walking back and forth. Then, and this is the part that still freaks me out, I heard 3 knocks from inside the door. Not loud, but definite, like knuckles rapping wood. And spaced, just far enough apart that it didn't sound like settling wood or pipes. I slammed my door shut and sat on my bed with the blanket over my head, because that's what you do when you're 12, I guess. I remember staring at the clock for what felt like hours, listening for more sounds, but the house was dead quiet again. I don't think I slept much, but at some point I must have passed out, because the next thing I knew it was morning, and everything was normal. I asked my dad once, real casually, why don't we use that room? He just said it had issues with the floorboards and changed the subject. I brought it up years later and he brushed it off, told me that I had a big imagination. But I know what I heard. And I know my parents. They're highly superstitious, and they don't like bad energy. But I think they knew something happened in that room and chose not to tell us. If I remember correctly, when we moved into that house, times were a bit desperate. And I can only imagine that they got a deal on such a house. They'll never admit it, but that's my thought. My cousins too. My older cousin had stayed over one weekend. She told me that she woke up to someone jiggling her bedroom door handle. Her room was right across from the locked one. She thought that it was me messing with her, till I pointed out that I'd been dead asleep on the couch downstairs. It wasn't just noises either. Sometimes when you walked by, you'd swear the door moved slightly, like a shift against the frame, or you'd feel like someone was standing right on the other side. Even my mom admitted that she didn't like passing the end of the hall at night, though she never said why. I don't have a big scary ending for this. It's just the memory of hearing someone moving around in that room, the one that nobody used and that was locked. And the knocks. Sometimes I feel like I can still hear those knocks. Or if it's really quiet, I just dread hearing 3 knocks. We moved out a couple of years after that, and I've never gone back, obviously. But I can promise you that that night, I wasn't dreaming. Whatever was in there wanted me to know that it was. This happened a few years ago. It's one of those things my whole family still talks about sometimes because it was so clear. We'd just come home from vacation and it was late, close to midnight. We were tired, doing that half-zombie routine of unloading the car, trying to get everything inside. The house was dark except for the porch light and a weak street lamp down the block. I was up on the porch juggling some of the lighter bags. My husband and our 2 kids were still in the driveway, grabbing the heavier stuff out of the trunk. Our dog was out front with us, kind of trotting between everyone, sniffing around. Then he started barking. It wasn't his normal someone's walking past bark. This was that deep, alert bark that he used only when something was on the property. It made me stop mid-step and look at him. At the same time, my husband and the kids also looked toward the dog, and then all of us followed his gaze. Then we saw a shadow figure, full-bodied, tall, with a kind of old-fashioned shape to it, walking from the front of our yard toward the back. It wasn't like a blur or a flash. It was the shape of a man, moving at a steady pace, with what looked like a hat. It gave me railroad conductor vibes. I remember thinking the outline was weirdly crisp for a shadow. Our dog followed a few feet, barking like crazy, but he would not go past the edge of the backyard. He just froze there, hackles up, barking at nothing. The shadow kept moving toward the back of the yard, and then it was gone. Not like it ducked out of view, just gone. This all happened within a few seconds, but we saw it. The 4 of us stood there staring at each other. Nobody said anything right away. It's that moment when something so odd happens that your brain tries to make sense of it, piecing it together before you speak. Then my oldest said, "Did you see that guy?" And my husband nodded. We all compared notes right there. Tall man, hat, moving from the front to the back, disappearing. After we got inside and calmed down a little, I went out back with a flashlight to check. There were no footprints or sign of anyone hiding. Just our yard and the dog still pacing at the edge like he wasn't sure if it was over. 4 people. We all saw the same thing, same details. We were all awake, though tired. Outside, sober. Even the dog reacted. We still don't know what it was. Nobody else was outside. No one in the neighborhood matches that description. And it hasn't happened again. Some things you can shrug off and just not think about them. This wasn't one of them. Out of respect for the story as a whole, I'll tell it from my dad's perspective as he told it to me. This is him responding to me when I asked if he believes in ghosts. So, pardon the French. Here we go. I got your mom knocked up immediately after getting out of prison. And shit, don't get me wrong. I was excited to be a dad, but in order to provide for my new family, I had to get a job fast. Do you remember your Uncle Howie? No, you were about 3 or 4 when he died. Well, I think you're old enough to know the truth. Howie wasn't your real uncle. I met him in prison. He'd already served 15 to 16 years for murdering his drug dealer in the 70s after his weed got laced with acid. It was easy to do back in the day. Mix that with soaking the joint paper in LSD, he went bonkers. He says it was self-defense, but I say he's a fucking liar. Prison was good for him, though, because when I met him, he was completely sober-bober. I was serving a way shorter sentence for that armed robbery thing, but Howie got released 2 years before I did. But during those 2 years, we were still in contact, you know? He says he's got a job lined up for me when I get out, so boom, right when I'm released, I call him asking about it. He tells me, yeah, I'm lead on the grounds team at Golden Hills. I'm thinking, Golden Hills? Isn't that the cemetery? He tells me no, it's a graveyard, not affiliated with the church. Fuck it, cool. That night I pulled my loud-ass chopper out of Grandma's storage shed. After some oil and gas, it revved up and I was able to show up to work the next day. The shit Howie had us doing was like mowing lawns, clipping the hedges, picking up the garbage. You know, and it wasn't a bad gig. I was there for over a year before going to work at the plant. Well, this happened a few months after working there. It was just me, Howie, and some dude named Taylor, and it doesn't really matter. He was doing his own thing. Howie was freaking out because of an upcoming funeral that was going to be held the next morning. It's a full day's work with 6 guys all pulling their weight. With only 3 of us that day, we were all assigned our own set of things we needed to have ready that day with no assistance from each other. The other 3 guys on the team were all driving together that day, and the car got a flat or something. Doesn't matter. We all knew it was going to be a f***ed day any way that you cut it. So, both of them have left at this point. Howie's going to get flowers and decorations, and Taylor's sent to Home Depot to get a tarp and a canopy and a drill. I stay behind to get the plot dug deep enough to have the coffin tossed in it. We have a big excavator that we use to move around all the dirt for this kind of job, but that day, it shit out when I tried to start it up. I ended up calling the flower shop from the phone inside. I tell the lady working there to have Howie call me when he gets there. Phone rings 5 minutes later and I tell him what happened to the excavator, and then I ask what we're supposed to do in this situation. He tells me to grab a shovel. I'm sure you've dug up some holes when you were little. The novelty of it seems like fun. But the fun quickly goes away when your back and your shoulders start to ache. The plot that I was digging was going to be somewhere near 8 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 4 feet deep. No, not 6 feet. Apparently they only did that to stop grave robbers. I got the job done in a few hours. I don't think it was even noon yet. So I'm on my hands and knees down there with measuring tape, and I hear someone say from behind me, "Is this one for you?" Now at the time, I was fresh out and I still had that PTSD brain, so I stand up and turn around thinking this guy's threatening me. But his voice didn't match what I was looking at, because he had a deep voice, you know? So when I saw a little boy in a tiny little blue 3-piece suit standing outside the grave looking down at me, I didn't believe it was him. But there was nobody else around, and this kid was 5 or 6, practically a toddler. I go, "What?" And he says again, in the same ridiculously low voice, pointing down to the grave, "Is this one for you?" I said, "What the fuck are you talking about, kid? Where's your parents?" He points in a direction and says, "They're over there." I couldn't see anyone else in the graveyard but me and this kid, and the way he was talking was weirding me out, so I told him to scram. You know, I was working, trying to get my job done. The kid runs past me. When I turned around to see which way he went, I was met face to face with a growling, snarling, hungry coyote. One of its eyes was missing. Its mouth was foaming, like it had rabies or something. The only thing I had for protection was the tape measurer. It got real close to the edge and began smelling the air with big sniffs. I was sure it was going to jump in there with me, attack. But it circled around the grave twice, and then just went on its way through the bushes, 20 yards from the grave plot. I climbed out of the grave and couldn't find that kid or his parents in the graveyard. I'm no bitch, but that scared the shit out of me. The combination of it all. I don't know where any of them came from or where they'd left to. I know the coyote left through the bushes, but there's a chain link fence right on the other side. I don't think it would have been able to clear it. But by how it went into the bushes, it was like he went right through the metal. A few minutes later, the guys got back. I was already done with my end of the job that day, so with them there to lock up, I didn't waste any more time being there. I got on my chopper and woke the dead with my exit. Weeks later, maybe months, I'm mowing the plots. There's one grave that I have to do by hand because of the way that the tombstone's built. The bottom part stretched out into the little sandbox. It's a child's grave that I'd never paid attention to until that day I happened to be cleaning the walkway with a weed whacker, and I got a ton of grass all over the sandbox in the front of the tombstone. So I get down to clean it all up. But when I'm wiping off the picture that's on this tombstone, guess who I see? That little kid in the blue suit. He was wearing the same suit in the picture. Name was Timothy something. 1964 to 1970. Creepiest full circle thing I ever put together. Nothing like that ever happened again working there, but once is enough. Taylor had a few stories about ghosts chasing him around the grounds, but how he stayed tight-lipped. If anything ever did happen like that to him, he didn't say. But yeah, that was it. When I was in elementary school, I was the kind of kid who loved sleepovers, but never really fit into them. I'd pack way too much. My favorite blanket, my entire stash of nail polish, 3 different snacks just in case. I wanted to be prepared, but really, I just didn't want to be the one left out. That summer, Hannah, one of the popular girls in our grade, invited me over for her birthday sleepover. It felt like an honor, like I'd been pulled into some secret club. There were 4 of us, including Hannah, and we did the usual: popcorn, nail polish, too much soda. We played light as a feather, stiff as a board, until someone chickened out. And then we watched a PG-13 movie, pretending that it was scarier than it was, just so we could scream. By midnight, the living room was a mess of sleeping bags and junk food. Everyone was knocked out except me. I was drifting, that hazy stage between awake and dreaming, when I felt someone nudge my shoulder. I opened my eyes, and I saw a little girl, blonde hair sticking up like she just rolled out of bed, gray pajamas with a faded design. She looked younger than us, maybe 7 or 8. For a second, I thought that she must be Hannah's sister. I didn't know she had one, but she must. I was kind of annoyed that no one had mentioned her before, like, oh, by the way, there's this kid who's going to wake you up in the middle of the night. I whispered, "Are you Hannah's sister?" She didn't answer, she just looked at me. Her head was tilted, her eyes wide in that unblinking kid way. Then she asked in the softest voice, "Do you want to play hide and seek?" I really should have said no. It was 2 a.m. Everyone else was asleep, and I wasn't even fully awake myself. But I'd always been the kind of kid who said yes when I should have said no, and I felt bad. Maybe it would be fun. So I nodded. She smiled just a little, like she was relieved, and then she tiptoed toward the hallway. I waited a few beats and then whispered my numbers into my blanket, counting up to 10. When I stood, the living room seemed darker and quieter. Even the TV screen had gone black, but I could have swore it was on. I padded into the hallway, my socks whispering against the wood floor. The air was cooler in there. It was a kind of chill that made me wish I'd brought my blanket along. I started with the obvious spots, behind the couch, under the dining room table, in the laundry room. No one was there. I was about to check the bathroom when I heard her voice. "Over here." It was sing-song, playful, like the way kids tease during games. I followed the sound, peering into the corners, tugging open closet doors. Nothing. "Over here," Closer this time. I spun, certain I'd catch her. But the hallway was empty. I kept going, whispering, "Where are you?" trying not to feel stupid. I could hear her clear as day, but she was never where the sound pointed. It was like she was always just out of reach or one step ahead. My searching must have gotten louder because one of the other girls stirred awake. Then Hannah sat up, hair sticking up like a crown, and she blinked at me. "What are you doing?" she mumbled. Embarrassed, I whispered back, "I'm playing hide and seek with your little sister." She frowned, and the other girl said, "Hannah doesn't have a little sister." That's when the other girl woke up and laughter started. They called me weird, asked if I was sleepwalking, teased me about dreaming with my eyes open. My face was burning. I laughed along like it was all a joke, but inside, I felt like I'd ruined everything. I was finally in their circle, and now I was the weirdo telling ghost stories at 3 a.m. I didn't bring it up again. Not during breakfast and not on the ride home. I figured if I pretended it never happened, maybe they'd forget too. But a few days later, Hannah caught up with me after school. It was just the two of us walking, backpack swinging. The afternoon was too hot for words, and out of nowhere she said, "Hey, about the other night." My stomach dropped, and I braced for another round of teasing. Instead, she looked serious. I didn't want to say anything in front of them, but I've seen her too. I stared at her, but she wouldn't meet my eyes. "The girl in gray pajamas," she went on. "She shows up sometimes, usually in the hallway. Sometimes she tries to talk to me. I just ignore her." She said it like she was confessing to something, like admitting it made it more real. I wanted to ask a million questions. What did she say? How long had she been there? Did she ever touch you? But Hannah just shook her head. "Don't tell the others. They won't want to come over if they know." We walked the rest of the way in silence. My skin buzzed like I'd swallowed electricity. That was over 15 years ago, and I still think about it all the time. I still see her in my head. The way that she smiled and bounced away. The way her voice was in the hallway, leading me deeper into the house, on a chase. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I found her. But really, I wonder if she's still in that house. I lost touch with Hannah years ago, but I've never lost interest with the ghost that lived with her. In 2004, my friends and I spent our nights driving nowhere in particular, because there wasn't anything else to do. No streaming, no group chats to scroll through, just the car and someone's shitty CD burning. You learned a lot about people on those drives. Who talked too much, too loud, who fell asleep with their mouth open, who tried to flirt and failed spectacularly. It was a good place to be a spectator. That summer, I think I was 19, working at the bait shop until midnight, then joining the same crowd for these aimless loops around town. Like it was movie stylish, but really we were just a bunch of kids trying not to be home. On a humid Tuesday, the usual 4 of us piled into Jake's dad's minivan. It was me, Jake, his younger sister Mia, and Derek, who smelled permanently of cheap cologne and regret. Jake was driving because that's what Jake did. His dad worked nights and never noticed the dents in the bumper. We left the highway for a stretch of country road that ran beside an old marsh. It was the place that had one streetlight every half a mile and a radio that turned to static the closer you got to the bridge. We liked it for the quiet. The way your voice sounded smaller there, like you could disappear into the air and not be missed. It was late, and the air tasted like salt and cut grass, the thing that you smell right before a storm. Mid-conversation about a girl nobody wanted to chase, the radio fuzzed and the CD skipped. On impulse, Jake turned the stereo off. The silence that followed felt strange, like a held breath. And then we heard a whisper, close to the back seat. So faint I thought it was the hiss of the AC at first. "Mia?" it said. We all froze because the sound had this wrong shape. It wasn't a voice in the car from one of us. It was thin, almost like someone had cupped their hand around the speaker of the night and blown gently through it. Mia's hair lifted the way it does when someone runs a hand through it, though the window was closed and the air was still. "Did you hear that?" Jake asked. His voice had that high edge people get when they're trying to joke but are actually holding fear. Mia said nothing. Derek laughed. Too loud. A filler laugh meant to move the moment forward. "Probably frogs," he said. That's what we always said when something small freaked us out. Call it nature. Call it something explainable. The road had frogs here, sure. But the whisper had been a syllable, a name, not a croak. We tested it because that's how dumb, brave people behave at 19. We all called out different names, half joke, half dare. The air stayed the same. Then Mia, trying to be silly, said, "Well, what?" Silence. And then again, softer, but closer. It was leaning into the vinyl seat beside us. "Don't stop. Not here." Jake muttered that it was the wind, that somebody else must have been doing it. Who was messing with him, he demanded. But he floored the accelerator, like he would prove that he wasn't scared. The van bumped over a pothole. A truck's headlights sliced past, washing the marsh in a white glare. For a moment, I thought that was the end of it. We laughed a little too loud and called it a midnight prank. Except we hadn't played a prank. None of us could explain what happened, but it happened. Seemingly unaffected, Jake continued speeding down the marsh road. He was telling some story about a high school teacher that he'd embarrassed. He was trying to remember some sort of punchline when the sound came, a soft, panicked whisper. "Brake, brake now." It was that same voice. Came from the back seat like someone leaning forward and firming their palms on the jump seat. Jake's fingers tightened on the wheel and he slammed on the brakes. The van screeched, tires whining, and we all hurled forward in the seatbelts. A second later, a deer exploded out of the ditch, crossing the road where we would have been had we not braked moments before. Its hooves kicked the bumper as it passed, a gasp of wood and fur, and a smell that smelled like something breaking. We would have hit it if Jake hadn't braked. We would have gone off into the shallow marsh where the ditches are deep, deeper than they look, and the water takes time to give you back. The deer's eyes caught the moon, and for half a breath, the world held that bright, awful look of something you almost killed by accident. Mia hadn't been wearing her seatbelt, so I think it literally saved her life. I don't know if this can be considered paranormal, but truly, we've never known what else to call it. We all feel like we heard a ghost voice. We just don't know who it belonged to. Our guess is somebody who's died along that road, maybe. It's not exactly free of accidents, but we'll never really know. In 2007, our district closed down the middle school and built a shiny new one across town. The old building sat behind a chain link fence, brick walls deteriorating, windows black with dust. Its gym doors were chained shut, probably like a warning. Most people forgot about it, but if you were 16, restless, and allergic to Friday night silence, it was less an eyesore and more an invitation. We didn't call it haunted out loud, but that's the word that was heavy on our minds. There were 4 of us who went, my best friend Alex, his cousin Jesse, and our friend Felicity, and me. I was the quiet one, the one who noticed too much, laughed too late, and went along anyway. We met at the Sonic, fries, cherry limeades, pretending that this was just another night, and it really should have been. It wasn't official until Jesse leaned on the hood of Alex's car and said, "We should check out the school." Nobody said no, and that's how you get trapped. Peer pressure disguised as a shrug. The fence wasn't hard to get through. The side door by the cafeteria was already cracked open, glass missing at the corners. Inside, the air was thick with mold and chalk dust. Every step echoed too sharp and too long. I kind of felt like our nerves were leaking out. The halls looked like time had gone sour for sure. Lockers, paint was stripping, and the murals from the 90s. Rainbows, kids holding hands, slogans about kindness. They were warped under our flashlights into something uncanny. It was perfectly creepy. Felicity walked ahead, beam darting, her free hand clenching into a fist. All likely feeling the same nervousness, we agreed. Stick together. No splitting up. But Jesse kept calling out, joking, his voice bouncing. "Bet this is where the teachers sacrifice the kids," he muttered. His own laugh echoed really loud. And then we heard something that wasn't us or the pipes. It was a sound threading the air, humming, thin, tuneless almost, steady like a child passing the time. We didn't move, and Jesse said, "It's the pipes," his voice cracking though. We all knew pipes don't hum lullabies. Instead of running though, the sound pulled us forward. My sneakers, everyone squeaking on the tile. We passed the science wing, glass tanks filmed over with green haze. Empty but eerily left in place. The humming led us to the gym doors, big double doors chained together. Rust was bleeding from the handles, but through the gap came the voice. It was a bit higher now. Clearly a girl humming, younger than any of us. No one was laughing or making much of a noise at all. Felicity whispered, "Don't open it." Her voice was trembling. I thought that it might break. Nobody put up a fight. We decided, let's not open it. Despite the unease, we stood there longer than I thought we would have. The humming, it felt aware, like they knew we were there. And then suddenly it stopped. I think the silence was worse. It was that expectant, thick silence. My breath was raspy in my ears. Jesse cursed and spun, swearing someone brushed his arm. His flashlight cut across the hall and there was nothing. But that broke us. We ran, clumsy, shoving, tripping over each other. My knee tore open on the tile when I fell. We didn't stop until the humid night air hit us. Then came some sort of laughter. It was loud and brittle. It didn't come from us. We didn't stop talking about it. Later that night, Alex said he thought he remembered his aunt saying that a girl had drowned in the gym pool back in the 80s, before they filled it in. We never did confirm if any of that was true, but none of us ever went back either. Eventually, they bulldozed the entire thing, and it was just an empty lot. Still, over the years, I've considered going back to that empty lot or whatever it might be now, and just listening. Seeing if I can hear that humming. Part of me wants to know if I could experience something so unexplainable twice. And yet I've never been able to bring myself to do it. I used to work nights as a custodian at a hospital. I mainly liked it for the pay, which was good and steady. Plus, the halls were quieter after visiting hours, so that part was nice, too. Most of the staff left by 9, so it was usually just me and a couple of nurses, also the security guard who was making his rounds. Hospitals at night are a little different. The hum of machines is louder when there's nothing to cover it. The floors feel longer, like they're stretching out ahead of you. I learned to keep a small radio in my pocket just for noise, though sometimes even the music made me uneasy, like I was interrupting a silence that belonged to someone else. One night I was finishing up on the third floor, wiping down counters in one of the empty wings. The air felt cool, colder than usual. I figured the AC was working overtime, but the feeling carried a strange edge, like standing too close to the open door of a freezer. As I leaned over the sink, I felt it, the faintest breath against the back of my neck, enough to raise goosebumps. I turned quick, half expecting the security guard to be messing with me, but the hall was empty. Nothing but the echo of my shoes and that soft beep of a heart monitor down the corridor. I told myself that it was an air vent. It had to be, and I went back to work. But when I glanced up at the mirror above the sink, I saw something. Behind me in the reflection was the shape of a man. Not clear, just a tall, dark figure standing at the end of the hall, perfectly still. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. Turned back to the mirror. Nothing was there. Just the stretch of linoleum and my own pale face. After standing frozen for too long and listening, the building certainly felt heavier. Eventually, I finished my shift. I didn't tell the nurses or mention it to security. What was I supposed to say? I saw someone who wasn't there. I never saw the figure again, but I thought about it every time I passed that wing. How can you not? The breath, the reflection. It was almost too ordinary, like catching someone in the corner of your eye at the grocery store. Other than showing themselves, they really didn't do anything to try to scare me. So maybe ghosts aren't always here to frighten us. Maybe they just exist in things like reflections, drafts, or even silence, just waiting for someone to notice them. This was Thanksgiving 2011. My aunt hosted, same as every year. The house was crowded, cousins in the living room, football on the TV, kids running through the hallway. Dinner was late, as usual. The dining room table was too small for everyone, so half of us sat in the kitchen. I ended up at the counter with my mom and my cousin Olivia and my grandfather. The noise carried between rooms, dishes clattering, people shouting over each other, but I heard a different voice. It came from just above my left shoulder, level with my ear. A woman's voice, clear but quiet, saying my name, just once. Though the voice wasn't entirely familiar, I just turned around to see who wanted me, and there was no one there. The space behind me was empty, except for the pantry door. I thought maybe that I'd misheard, except Olivia looked at me at the same time, and she asked, "Did someone just call your name?" Her face was flat. She wasn't joking. My mom asked what we were talking about. I told her. Olivia confirmed that she'd heard it too. My grandfather said nothing. He just stared down at his plate. Dinner moved on. People talked, laughed, passed plates. The moment stayed quiet between us. Later, when the kids went outside, I asked Olivia again. She repeated what she heard. A woman's voice close by saying my name. She said it was clear, like someone was leaning in. My grandfather spoke up. He said, "That's how your grandmother sounded when she wanted you to listen." He didn't smile when he said it. He didn't even look at me. She'd been dead for 6 years, and that was the end of it. The conversation shifted. The noise of the house swallowed everything again. Later, I was talking to my grandfather. I knew that the reason he couldn't look at me was just because he was sad. But I thought it was kind of wonderful. So I told him, "If that was Grandma, I think that's really nice." He finally smiled. He said that he knew it was, that he'd heard her before. and he hoped I'd hear her again. I did too, but I haven't heard her since. Last year I had to travel for work. Just a 2-day conference at a mid-sized hotel in a city that I'd never been to before. I didn't exactly look forward to these trips, just packing business clothes in one half of my suitcase and sweatpants in the other, but I was always excited for the free breakfast buffet. This hotel was old, not in a charming historic way, but in a slightly too dark, vaguely lingering smell way. The carpets were patterned to hide stains, and it was a kind of busy swirl that looked different depending on how tired your eyes were. My room was fine, bed, desk, TV mounted too high on the wall, but the bathroom immediately felt off. Stuffy, like the air had been sitting in there for way too long. Even with the fan on, it felt heavy, like it didn't want me in there. It was dark and dingy, sort of like the rest of the hotel, but worse. The first night while I was brushing my teeth, I realized it was darker in there than it should have been. The light above the mirror worked, but it cast shadows down instead of out. I stepped into the hall and flipped on the extra lamp near the closet, hoping it would brighten things up. When I turned back to the mirror, I was horrified. A lock of my hair, thick enough to see, was standing straight out, as though someone was holding it between their fingers. I don't scare easily, but it made my stomach jump, and my instinct took over. I whipped my head down to shake it free, only it didn't fall. There was resistance, a tug like something was still holding on. That was enough for me. I yanked my hair loose from this phantom. I grabbed my jacket and practically bolted downstairs. The hotel bar was nearly empty, and though my mouth tasted like toothpaste, I needed a drink. So I ordered that drink, trying to act casual, but I must have looked shaken because the bartender asked if everything was okay. I told him the truth, or part of it. I said that the bathroom, felt strange, like the air was bad in there. I joked about how maybe the hotel was haunted. He smirked and said, "You wouldn't be the first guest to say that." Well, that set me on edge, but he quickly waved it off. It's an old place, drafty. People love to scare themselves. It happens a lot. I've worked here 10 years and I've never seen anything. He said it with such confidence that I almost believed him. By the time I finished my drink, I'd convinced myself I'd overreacted. I thanked him and went back upstairs, told myself I just needed to sleep. For a while it worked. I fell asleep fast, the way you do after travel and one too many drinks. But then I woke up. It was exactly 3:30 a.m. The clock glowed red from the nightstand, the brightest thing in the room. At first, I didn't know why I was awake, but then I heard it. Banging. I shot upright with my heart pounding out of my chest. The sound was so loud and so sudden, I thought someone was trying to break into the room. My eyes went straight to the front door, but it was quiet there and untouched. The banging came again. It was from inside, the bathroom door. I can't describe how bad that felt. It wasn't the sound of a fan kicking on. It was fists, someone pounding on the other side of that closed door. My brain did that thing where it kept trying to explain it away. Maybe the neighbors, maybe something with the plumbing, but no. The sound was inside my room. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. I didn't even want to get close. I threw on my clothes, grabbed a bag, and left. Not the hotel, not yet. I had a job to do. I went down to the 24-hour gym, the only place with lights on and other people occasionally coming and going. I stood on a treadmill with my phone in my hand like I was ready to call someone, though I wouldn't have known what to say. I stayed there until I got my breakfast buffet. And then I went in, ate in silence, and forced myself back upstairs, only long enough to shower and change for my work event. I looked like a zombie in the mirror, hair still damp, eyes rimmed red. I avoided that bathroom as much as I could, brushing my teeth in the corner like a kid afraid of the dark. That night after the conference wrapped up, I didn't go back. I found a chain hotel near the airport, the kind with bland lighting, rooms that smelled faintly like cleaning. It felt soulless in a way that was comforting. I haven't really thought much about that trip since, except for when people ask me if I've ever had a ghost experience, kind of like this forum. I don't know what I believe, but I do know this. I'll never forget the feel of my own hair being held by something that wasn't there, or the sound of fists pounding on the bathroom door that no one was behind. If you were born after 2000, cassette recorders existed. They ate batteries, hissed, and made everything sound like it lived behind glass. That matters because hearing something on tape has a texture to it. It feels recorded into time, like a fossil of sound. It was one of those useless summer nights. My cousin Mark's place always smelled like incense and whatever he'd been frying earlier. The living room had a thrift store couch, a lamp with a crooked shade, and a bookshelf for things that nobody wanted to throw away. 7 of us were there. Me, Mark, Jen and her vintage band tees I always wanted to steal, and 2 biker shop dudes and their girlfriends. They always seemed to find their way there when we were offering pizza. We found this recorder in the closet. Plastic, faux walnut veneer, a little red recording button that glowed when you pushed it. Nobody knew whose it was, and someone said, "Let's record a seance." Half derisive, half hungry for something different, we put the recorder on the coffee table and set it to record. We lit a single candle because rituals took part when there was wax and smoke, right? We pretty much did anything we'd seen, circle, holding hands, even when it felt funny, and we asked simple questions into the room. Is there anyone here with us? If you are, what's your name? The first time the candle flickered and went out, there was this soft, ordinary puff that made Jen squeal, and 2 people laughed nervously. Nobody heard a voice. Nobody heard footsteps or whispers. The power of the moment was mostly the silence that followed. Someone joked to break the tension, and then we let it die down. But I stayed. There was a smaller group after some left because it was late and they had to work. Nobody pressured anyone. When people got creeped out, they left. But Mark and I and Jen were stubborn. After a while, the mood turned more curious than scared. We drank less and listened to the little clicks on the recorder. At 3 a.m, with the candle melted low, we stopped the experiment because it felt like pushing our luck. We left the recorder sitting on the coffee table with the tape inside. People went to the couch, some to sleep, some to stare at their phones. Around 4, when the kitchen was cooler and the loud ones were gone, Mark propped himself up and said, "Play it back." Sounded like a waste of time at first, but the room did have that hush where anything could be treated as important. We'd stayed awake too long. The tape started with our laughter and the clumsy questions that we'd asked. Then, under the hiss, there's a voice. Not one of ours. It was thin and near, as if someone had put their mouth to the little speaker to speak inside your skull. "Hello," it said. We paused it and rewound and played it again because that's what you do, especially when the sound on the tape should be explainable. The voice answered some of the questions that we had asked earlier. Not everything. It picked and chose. When we'd asked for a name, it offered one, small, ordinary, like the kind a neighbor might have. Tim. When we asked, "Are you dead?" the voice answered simply, "Yes." The voice's replies, they followed our questions exactly. We hadn't heard any of it live, but they were clearly there. The room had been quiet except for that one candle puff. The recorder had captured something that none of us had perceived in the moment. We tried to paper over it. Maybe someone had taped over the cassette earlier with something we didn't know. Maybe the recorder had picked up a stray radio signal. We took the recorder into the kitchen and played the tape through a different speaker. Same voice. We played it on a phone with an adapter. Same voice. Like I said, the voice didn't answer everything. It refused some questions, offered small domestic details for others that made us look at each other because they were too particular. Mark's socks in a shoebox, a dog that used to bark at the gate. Maybe the most interesting part was the instruction that came before the candle went out. After an exchange of those half questions, a patient, flat voice said, "Stop now." Then, faint but unmistakable on the microphone, there was the sound of a candle exhale. The same soft, final breath that the candle had made hours earlier in the room. We had heard nothing live. The candle had gone out during the seance, we'd all heard that, but we had not heard a voice saying, "Stop now." The tape had both the voice and the candle's little pop. Jen's face went colorless. She was the one who'd found the recorder. She was also the one who, without much drama, said, "Burn it." She wasn't so much asking as she was demanding it. Nobody argued. So this happened a while ago, and all I can say is that I'm just glad I had a witness with me. It wasn't just me, it was my cousin, and sometimes we'll still bring it up to each other, just to check that we remember it the same way. It was 2013 at a state park near where we grew up. We'd gone out there a lot as kids, mostly to fish or hang around the trails, but this time we were just hiking. It was summer, late afternoon, sun starting to drop low. We were maybe 2 miles in when we both heard a voice yelling for help. It was faint at first and carried on the wind, but it was loud enough that we both stopped in the middle of the trail. It sounded like a man. He was shouting the same thing over and over. "Help me, please." We thought someone had gotten hurt. The trail cuts close to a river, so maybe someone had fallen in. We shouted back as we walked, "Where are you?" But we didn't get an answer, just another round of, "Help me, please." We left the trail to follow the sound, and that's where things got kind of weird. The voice didn't stay in one place. It seemed to move. 1 second it was to the left, and then farther down, then behind us. My cousin said it was like it was leading us in circles. I tried to convince myself that it was just the way the sound bounced off the trees, but I've hiked there plenty of times, and sounds hadn't carried like that before. It felt closer than it should have been, like whoever was shouting was just beyond the next bend. But I couldn't help but notice that it sounded the same each time. It wasn't more urgent or less. At one point we came to the riverbank, and I swear the voice came from right across the water. It was shallow enough to cross if we wanted to, but something in my stomach knotted up. My cousin just shook his head and said, "Don't." He looked pale, like he was sick, and I guess I felt the same way. Like if we went after it, we would regret it. Call it trusting your gut, but we didn't go. We stood there, listening. The voice called again, the same way it had before. "It just sounds like a recording," my cousin said. I couldn't help but feel the same way, like it was mechanical, repetitive, identical. Then it shifted, sounded right behind us. We both turned around, expecting to see something, and there was nothing. That was enough for us. We backed off, found the trail again, and walked out faster than we should have with the sun dropping. By the time we got back to the parking lot, the woods were completely quiet. No birds or crickets, just that ringing silence that made me feel watched. The whole drive home, neither of us said much. It wasn't until later that night that we were back at his place, and he finally said, "I don't think that was a person." I agreed. I felt the same way. Even now, years later, I don't really like hiking that trail. And if I ever hear someone calling for help in the woods again, I'm not sure how far I'll follow it. And I kind of hate that. But we both agreed there was something really wrong with that whole situation. Not in the real life kind of way, but in a way that was like we weren't going to be able to understand it, and we were better off getting out of there. Back in 2016, a friend and I took a road trip from Colorado to Texas. We were broke college kids, and the plan was mostly gas station snacks, cheap motels, and seeing how far we could get before class started again. I don't remember half the tourist stops that we made, but I remember the hotel. We'd driven all day, and by the time we rolled into some small town just past midnight, we were so fried that anything with a bed sounded good. The only place with a vacancy was one of those 2-story motels where every door opened straight into the parking lot. There was that neon sign buzzing, a soda machine half lit, that kind of place. $45 a night, we didn't care. The room was a motel, but at least there were 2 queen beds. There was a dresser, a TV bolted down, and a lamp that leaned slightly to the left. It smelled like bleach and old carpet, but that just told me at least they washed the place. We tossed our bags down, cranked the AC, and collapsed. Sometime around 3 a.m., I woke up because I thought my friend had said something to me. It was just like a whisper, right between our beds, but I heard it so clear, close enough that I could have sworn that she was leaning over. I didn't catch the words, just the rhythm of her voice. I mumbled something back, probably, "What?" and rolled over. That's when I realized my friend was asleep, breathing slow, turned away from me. I told myself I was definitely dreaming and tried to go back to sleep. But a few minutes later, it happened again. A voice, right in between us. "Do you hear me?" I sat up this time. The space between the beds was empty. I tried to rationalize. The TV, pipes, neighbors. Except the TV was off. The AC was humming. The rooms on both sides, I think they were empty. Ours was the only car on that side of the lot. I didn't say anything, I just laid there. My eyes were open and I was waiting for it again. And sure enough, maybe 5 minutes later, a voice whispered, "Wake up." I thought about shaking my friend, but the fear of sounding crazy kept me where I was. I lay still until I finally drifted off out of sheer exhaustion. The next morning, over a free continental breakfast, waffles and watery orange juice, my friend looked at me. "Hey, did you try to talk to me last night?" I nearly dropped my plate. I asked what she meant. She said she woke up twice to a whisper between the beds. First, it sounded like me asking if she was awake. Later, it said their name. They were so sure that it was me until they rolled over and saw that I was out cold. She said when she tried to go back to sleep, she could have sworn she felt me tap her on the shoulder. She turned around again, and I was out cold. She said it was sometime before 3 a.m., so before my experience. We didn't stay a second night. We packed up before checkout and we drove until we found a bigger town with a chain hotel. I stayed in plenty of cheap motels since, and nothing like that's ever happened again. But I can't not think about it whenever I pass those run-down roadside places with a neon sign buzzing. I just have that little insider knowledge that somewhere out there, there's a room where voices wait until you're too tired to question what you're hearing. And surely, it's not the only motel either. The 4th of July means different things to different people. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of West Virginia, we don't light off fireworks to celebrate. It's partly to avoid forest fires, but the things roaming in the woods out here, they're not anything you want paying any mind when you go out there. And fireworks, that'll get them coming out right away. Let's just say in the case of a mountain scorcher, it's not the deer and grizzlies we worry about when it comes to being displaced. It's what preys upon the mighty grizzly that we try to avoid. I myself have personally seen Bigfoot, dogmen, skinwalkers, shapeshifters, black-eyed children, you name it. We have all of them out here, and I've seen them on more than a few occasions. Most of the time, they tend to mind their own business, stick to hunting the big game out here. Again, grizzlies, bucks, big old boars. Their bones begin to litter the ground the further you go in. These creatures make themselves known when they're on the prowl. All the birds get quiet as the shrieks start echoing in the mountains. It's rare to engage with these creatures more than a quick glance, but it's not unheard of for people to go missing off the trails, either never to be heard of or gone without a trace, or their remains are found a short time later, usually in a spot that's already been combed by a search party. Tracking dogs are never any help. Haven't found anyone that I know of. 9 times out of 10, they lose the scent right away. The other times, they'll catch a smell that puts their hackles up, and they'll refuse to continue the search. They turn into logs on a leash. No amount of pulling can get them to budge. I've seen it happen too many times, and I've joined my fair share of search parties, ones that have come home unsuccessful. No matter how many times I see it, though, it never gets easier, watching the families lose hope as the groups trickle in empty-handed. I'd be a fool to say that I had any true knowledge of their eating habits or preferences to meat. I'd bet, however, that circumstances and opportunity are the greatest contributing factors when they're choosing their next meal. And that's why you learn from an early age to keep your wits about you and your head on a swivel. We're built a little different in West Virginia. And I'm sure all up and down the Appalachian they teach their young the same rules when it comes to the outdoors. More often than not, it's the tourists you'll see go missing in the mountains. Someone unfamiliar with an environment so unrepeatable within the laws of nature. This is primarily why I'm here, as my story is about an incident that we had down here the last 4th of July. A boy got real lucky when he snuck out of his home with a handful of sparklers and a box of matches. He had the potential to get his whole family killed that night. I work with his father, Angus. He's the manager at our lumber yard. Moved out here a couple of years ago from Pennsylvania to replace the last manager. He wasn't worth the paper that his checks were printed on. But Angus, he was all right. We all liked Angus. Sure, he was a little wet behind the ears and the culture shock took a tad bit of getting used to. But he leaned into it, proved himself a valuable leader on the team. A bale of feed would have done a better managing job than the last guy, quite frankly, but Angus was much more than a bale of feed, and that's why we welcomed him with open arms, though it was only after he told us about his kid having a close encounter that any of us thought to warn him about the woods. Well, I wouldn't say none of us thought to warn him. I think it crossed all of our minds at one point or another, but we held our tongues. Most likely either not wanting to scare him off or come off as unstable to the new manager. Either way, in 2023, the 4th was midweek. The company had the day off, but we were working at the crack of dawn the next day. That morning, when I showed up, a few of the guys were already there. Both of them parked outside the gates to the lumberyard. Angus hadn't shown up that morning to unlock everything, and one of our men had to drive back into town where the office headquarters were to grab the spare keys. After that hiccup, we started work like any other normal day. It was after lunch, practically the end of the day, when Angus came into work. When he got out of his truck, he had a cast from his shoulder to his wrist, and stretching from his shoulder up to his neck were dark purple bruises. I hopped out of the side loader, caught up with him asking what the hell happened. Angus said that his shoulder got ripped out of its socket last night and broke his arm. Fella next to me starts asking Angus about drinking that moonshine he bottled for him. Tate's moonshine's known for blacking you out if you're not an experienced drinker. He gifted Angus a batch earlier that month for his birthday, but it hadn't been touched yet. Angus sat down under a tarp in a folding chair. He was in pretty bad shape, and all of us were telling him to just go home. It was crazy that he'd showed up to begin with. He lifts his head up to look at us, panning eye contact between the guys, asking if anyone's ever seen anything strange while working in the woods. All of us nodded our heads, but the question was so broad, it opened up a chance for jokes about stumbling into cold orgies, which had happened to one of our guys near Halloween time in the early 2010s. They invited him to join, but instead of taking them up on the offer, he got on his walkie-talkie and told someone to grab the rifles. We didn't have rifles out here, but the cult of debauchery didn't know that. They all scattered running, naked, in different directions. All of us laughed except Angus. He wasn't in the mood for jokes. He couldn't hang out long in between pain pills. He said, "No, stop. I'm being serious." The night before, his son Jason had snuck out with sparklers and a box of matches. Angus wasn't necessarily worried about Jason being safe with a box of matches. I'm sure it was more so because he knew living that far out into the brush, there was wildlife that they needed to watch out for, and that's why he didn't want Jason outside with the sparklers. He didn't stray too far from the driveway, though, only about 20 or so yards off the gravel. So Angus didn't immediately stomp out or scold Jason for going outside alone. For a few minutes, Angus stood in their dining room window, watching Jason light a sparkler and then stomp on the match before he'd start spinning and dancing around with the white, crackling stick. It only stayed lit for 15 seconds max, but it was fun. Then another match would have to be lit for the process to repeat. Angus watched a few rounds of this go by, but as Jason lit his third sparkler, its brightest right after its ignition, before it simmered into the usual sparkler glow. In that second or two of maximum brightness, Angus saw a long, pale arm reach out from behind a tree and then pull back out of view. He almost didn't believe his eyes when he saw it. The tree that it came from was way too small to be able to conceal anything behind. Jason makes a big windmill motion with the sparkler, and Angus is horrified to see multiple figures stepping in between the trees around Jason as he played with the sparklers. With his gun holstered on his belt, Angus stormed out the screen door toward his son, still not sure what he saw. He walked to Jason, trying not to scare him by looking panicked. He asks him how many more sparklers he has left while he scans the tree line for the figures. Jason says he's on his last one. Angus allows him to light it up. And as it hits peak brightness, he sees multiple figures move out from behind the trees around them. They were tall. The tops of their heads stretched past the sparkler's shrinking light. They looked thin and chalk white. There was a glint reflected in their eyes. Pairs of two small black dots seemingly surrounded them. He said that they had no mouth or nose, just beady black round eyes. Angus says he moved fast, faster than he moved in years. He ran for Jason and reached for his gun, but before he could even draw it, something grabbed him from behind. Said it felt like steel had clamped down on his upper arm, right below the shoulder. Cold and inhuman. He barely had time to register it before he caught sight of another one, further out, gliding, not running, straight for Jason. That's when instinct took over. Instead of twisting to shoot the thing holding him, Angus raised his arm and fired at the one coming for his boy. He got off one shot, then another. The first one missed. The second one clipped it, and whatever it was, It let out a sound he couldn't describe. Not a scream, not an animal yelp. Something in between, but deeper and scarier. But the one behind him didn't flinch. In fact, it started pulling him. Angus said it dragged him backwards, fast and hard, toward a tree with a split trunk, one of those old oaks with a V-shaped gap near its bottom. The gap was maybe a foot wide at most. There was no way his body could fit through it. But that didn't stop whatever was dragging him. It kept yanking with impossible strength, trying to pull him through a space meant for a raccoon, not a grown man. He said that he could feel his shoulder go first, just pop right out of place like a pulled chicken wing. And then the grinding started. The pressure kept increasing, and he could feel bone cracking, skin tearing, the kind of pain that makes you feel like you're outside of yourself. With his good hand, he managed to get the barrel of his gun pointed back over his shoulder, and he fired blindly. And just like that, it let go. He hit the ground so hard he couldn't breathe. Jason was screaming. Angus said he doesn't remember much after that, just the sound of Jason dragging him, crying, back toward the house. He blacked out somewhere along the way and came to in the hospital. Arm destroyed, shoulder socket shattered, nerves frayed, some of the muscle torn away completely. Doctors told him he was lucky. Said whatever animal did that must have just barely missed a major artery. He didn't bother correcting them. Let them think it was a bear, a cougar, whatever helped them sleep at night. He told us that story once. Said he wouldn't tell it again. Didn't want Jason hearing it, thinking it was something to joke about. Or worse, go looking for answers. We didn't really press him. Out here, when someone gives you a warning like that, you take it. You don't light fireworks in the woods. You don't go outside after dark unless you absolutely have to. And if you see something move between the trees, no, you didn't. Just go inside, lock the doors, and be thankful it didn't see you back. This is my first time to ever admit this, and I haven't talked to anyone about this because I don't need any judgment about the relationship I have with my dad. I'd say about 2 years ago was when I officially cut contact with him and the rest of that side of the family. I'm in my 30s, and I have a family of my own now. Dealing with his belligerence was no longer worth whatever benefits I thought keeping him in my life would provide. 5 years ago, my mom passed away, and he latched onto the tragedy as an excuse to continue drinking instead of mourning properly. And it wasn't her death that got him drinking. He'd always been a drinker. He even owned a bar in his heyday, and that's where he met Joyce. Then he sold it a few years later, moved us all to Montana. He used to be a functioning drunk, but her death allowed him to go full force into the bottle, as it was the only love that wouldn't leave him. I tried to get him into rehab several times. He'd always been a closeted drunk, lying about his addiction any chance drinking came up. He's a lost cause, and I'm going to leave it at that. The last conversation I had with him was on the phone while I was on a break at work. He called me completely shit-faced. When I asked, "Dad, it's 9:30 in the morning. Are you drunk right now?" He got pissed, denied it like he always did, even though he couldn't form a full sentence to tell me otherwise. The last words I said to him were, "Call me when you're sober. And don't worry, I've already done therapy to get over this health problem." She's the one that said I either need to accept my dad for who he is or accept that I won't have contact with him. I saw him do that with his mom, my grandma. She used to live in our basement for years, just drinking and waiting for death to come knocking. I watched my dad go into debt trying to take care of her. I watched him have to choose between medications and the mortgage so many times. It was a balancing act that my grandma would outlive past the foreclosure. I refused to let that be my adult life, and I resented my dad for being so willing to let that be his. I could go on, but I'd be beating a dead horse at this point, and you either get it or you don't. Either way, that's not the reason for this. After I cut ties with him, I've been hearing my mom's voice. It's not every day, but it's multiple times a week. I hear something that sounds identical to her tone and cadence. It happens randomly. Been happening for 2 years. Like she's just out of view in the other room. I hear her say my name sometimes, and sometimes it's, "Call Dad." Her name was Joyce. She was my stepmom, not even my real mom. But that's how you know my real mom was into some bad shit if my dad got custody of me. Joyce met my dad when I was 12. As much as she wanted to fill the mother role for me, it was a business I didn't really invest in with her. She was also an enabler. I thought having her around would get my dad to improve himself, but they met through friends at a sports bar. She was already accustomed to that lifestyle, with a few ex-husbands under her belt as well. Could Joyce have gotten a better catch than my father? Yes, absolutely. But she settled because at least he wouldn't leave her. And if that ain't a strong woman role model for you to watch, then I don't know what is. Growing up, I tried to do the opposite of what I saw her do. And for that, I'm not a silly girl with daddy issues. I'm a woman that knows how to conduct herself with self-worth above the level of a submissive, worn-out doormat. So I can't help but to get pissed off when I hear Joyce's voice. Especially when it sounds like it's coming from the other room, calling my name, telling me to call my father, because I'm not going to. She either didn't know how bad of a dad he really was, or she willingly chose to ignore it because that was easier than causing any waves. Either way, I'm not fulfilling those wishes, and I've screamed at her to just go to heaven or go haunt my dad's place. Go sit in the dark corners of his home and call out, "Get sober, call your daughter." Because over here, Joyce's ghostly efforts are falling on deaf ears. My sons told me about the yellow-haired lady that plays with him in his room. Joyce was a blonde. Ethan's 3 years old, turning 4 in November. From the baby monitor we have in his room, my husband Joel has seen him have full-on conversations with something invisible. Running around his room, acting like he was getting tickled. It really creeped him out, and I didn't care for it too much either. One day, Ethan and I are on the topic of everyone starting out as a baby. He couldn't believe his mom used to be a baby like him, so I dug out a few photo albums that showed my age progression, at least till 13 or 14. The first picture that he sees with Joyce in it, Ethan starts pointing to it, saying, "That's her. That's the yellow-haired one." Of course it is. Since he was born almost regularly, Ethan's acted like he could see someone playing with him. Now that he's 3 and has a little vocabulary built up, he's been able to describe what he's seeing. Recently, I had a bit of a visual disturbance of my own. I'd just put him to bed for a nap. Joel was at work. It was the middle of the day. Walking out of Ethan's room, my back's facing the hallway, as I slowly close his door, trying not to wake him up again. I'm in our hallway, and when I turn around, I saw a tall man sidestep out of view into the bathroom, like he was trying not to get caught. I've seen shadow figures in the corner of my view before. Sometimes they could be floaties stuck in my eyes, but this man wasn't a silhouette, and I saw him straight on. He wore a white button-up with suspenders to hold his black pants, black shaggy hair, and an unkempt goatee. He was also partially see-through, tissue paper thin, and the direction he stepped would have been impossible if he had mass, because the bathroom door opens up right against the wall with a towel rack on it. Nobody could just move out of sight. That's how I knew he wasn't an intruder, but it still spooked me enough to scream and jump back into Ethan's room, waking him up. The person I saw standing there was definitely not Joyce. So now, who is that? Why are they here now? I told Joel about it when he got home that night, but what could he do about it? If anything, it just scared him more than he had already been. But human communication was invented to warn each other of danger. I've done no research to back that up, but I'm willing to bet Ooga Booga meant watch out. And when I finished, Joel had a few Ooga Boogas of his own that he'd experienced. For some reason, I think he didn't want to scare me because I'm the one primarily in the house while he's out. I told him to tell me about everything, though, because this is the stuff I'd really like to know. And if he's capable of hiding ghost encounters, he's capable of hiding loose women encounters. That was a lighthearted joke to break it up. I can vouch for that. I could understand his apprehension, though, because his story involved Ethan with a nail gun. Joel swears he would have never left a nail gun turned on just laying on the kitchen floor, but somehow he's folding laundry in the living room, and from behind him, he starts hearing something getting slammed around in the kitchen. He was already convinced the house was haunted because he had been hearing a woman's voice for a while as well, but he attributed it to Joyce and couldn't make out what was actually being said. Hearing the ruckus grow, the hair stood up on his neck. The kitchen was right directly behind him, over the lip of the couch, but he didn't want to look. And then he heard Ethan's voice say, "Thank you." That makes Joel turn around, and he sees him standing in the kitchen, looking into the discharged opening of the gun. He was holding on to the gun with both hands, grazing the trigger each time he shook it to hear the nails jingle inside the magazine. Joel leapt over the couch and pulled it out of Ethan's hands just as a nail shoots out. It went into the soft skin under Joel's jaw and stuck there. He pointed to a large red dot I noticed earlier, but I didn't stare at it because I thought it was a zit or something. I would have never guessed. He thought I was going to get mad and think that he was a bad dad, so he didn't tell me. And the nail wasn't a hospital wound, so it was easy to brush over. Joel removed the battery from the bottom and put the nail gun back into the drawer in the garage where it had been. That's where he said it never should have moved from. He said another time I was at home with Ethan and he was working late. He got a Ring doorbell notification, and when he pulled it up, he said that there were people outside our front door, but they weren't knocking. Their bodies were facing the door, but both of their heads were staring directly into the Ring camera, back at Joel through the feed. Both of their features were so sunken in, he wasn't able to see the color of their eyes beneath the shadows of their brows. His mic wasn't able to unmute fast enough for him to say anything before both of them quickly walked off the porch. He says they evaporated. But I know it's an older camera. That part may have been a pixelation problem. But he was positive that other things didn't morph into particles when they walked past the camera. He was in his car driving home right after seeing that, and I just thought that he was home early to surprise me, when in fact, before he'd come inside that night, he'd already combed the neighborhood and inspected every inch of our front, side, and backyards, looking for those people. Sometimes I wonder if all of this, the voices, the shadows, the strangers on the porch, has less to do with the house and more to do with me, with what I refuse to carry for my father. Joyce keeps trying to bridge something that I've already burned down, and every time I hear her voice in the other room, I know it isn't for Ethan. It isn't even for Joel. It's for me. A reminder and a demand. But what unsettles me more is the feeling that not all of these experiences are hers. The man in suspenders, the faceless pair at the door, they aren't family. They don't want reconciliation. They just watch. It's a steady, patient kind of watching, like they've been here far longer than I've realized, waiting for the moment that I'm weak enough to let them get closer or something. And if they've been invited by the cracks of my family left behind, then maybe that's the real curse. Once you open the door to the past, you don't get to choose who walks through. The longer this goes on, the more I notice little things changing. Cold spots in the hallway, the faint smell of Joyce's perfume drifting through the kitchen when I'm cooking dinner, Ethan waking up with new words that he swears someone whispered to him in the dark. Joel swears that he still hears someone walking at night when we're both in bed. But when he gets up to check the house, everything's quiet. And when I lie awake, I start to question if Joyce is really trying to help, or if she's only the mask, the familiar voice that I can stomach, the bait to keep me listening. Because once I'm listening, anything else can speak through. I used to scream at her to go haunt my dad and to leave me alone, but lately, I catch myself wishing that she would come back instead of the others. Her voice saying my name, it started to at least feel safer than the whispers I don't recognize. I guess at the end of the day, it's better to have a voice you recognize, because I really don't know how I'd feel if a voice I didn't recognize started calling my name, my son's name. Yeah, Joyce, she's all right. I've lived in this old Victorian long enough to stop treating weird as an interruption and start treating it like another household appliance. The house isn't haunted in the way of shadow people or things at the foot of the bed. What lives in this house, if you want to call it living, is something much stranger. It copies people. Not just shows up as someone, but shows up as someone you know. Exact face, mannerisms, voice. Doppelgangers, I guess, if you want the folklore label. If you've read about doppelgangers, you probably know the big, dramatic versions. Doubles are omens, doubles that steal a life. Not really interested in the drama of it all. What I experienced were small, domestic intrusions that were more confusing than frightening. Like your reflection deciding to take a detour, hang out in your living room for 20 seconds. After a while, it stops being scary, just becomes oddly normal. Here's the thing that made me stop pretending it could be explained away by exhaustion or a draft, bad wiring. The webcam incident. I was a teenager at the time, chatting with my girlfriend online. Webcam up so she could see me fiddle with my hair so we could laugh at stupid stuff. The camera framed my shoulder, the stairwell on the left, the living room entrance on the right. My sister usually fell asleep in front of the TV and then shuffled up to bed later. Loud house, wooden stairs. You can't miss it. Except my girlfriend and I both watched the webcam when we saw my sister walk from the couch up the stairs, which was a mind bender, because there was no sound. I didn't say anything, I just got up, tiptoed to the living room to check because it felt like the rule. If the house is doing weird, check the obvious first. She was passed out on the couch, exactly where she had been. I sat back down and asked my girlfriend, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yeah. Someone went up the stairs. Pretty sure it was your sister." We compared notes, blinked at each other, and then carried on as if it was the most practical thing in the world. But there was another time. All of us were loading into the car to go somewhere. My mom and I already buckled, my sister still inside. She finally walks out and gets in like nothing. She looks at me like I'm nuts. Later she says, "I yelled up the stairs, 'We're leaving,' and I heard you yell back, 'Okay, I'll be down in a minute.'" I'd been sitting in the car the whole time. Nobody in the house had heard anything until she walked out. She swears she saw me. She swears that I answered. But I was in the car the whole time. Those are small ones. There are others that read more like touch memory than sight. My mom woke up one night convinced that someone was standing at the foot of her bed, tapping her foot. She says whoever it was faded out after a couple of seconds, but that it looked like me. I once woke up and had the sensation of someone tucked under the covers, pressed up against me, the way that my girlfriend used to. When I muttered, the blanket visibly deflated, like a hand withdrawing air. The pressure was gone. I never saw a face, just the shape of a being there and then not there. The weirdest that probably still gives me pause, after I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and was carrying a little black kid everywhere, I went back to base after a holiday leave. My mom texted me the next day, "Is this yours?" and attached a picture of a black zip pouch with a diabetic kit tucked outside my sister's bedroom window, propped there like someone had placed it deliberately. My sister's room is on the second floor. No one in my extended family has diabetes. I'd never seen that kit, not that one, before. Someone had set a kit that matched my life in a place that made no sense. But when things happen enough, you try to categorize them. I read the folklore, doubles as omens, twin phantoms, reflections gone rogue. I read the rational stuff too. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, memory confabulation. All of that can and does explain some occurrences, but it doesn't explain a webcam recording two people watching the same impossible thing happen. Or this mysterious kit appearing like a calling card on a second floor sill. There's this gap between what I can prove and what keeps happening. What's happening the most is that I stopped absorbing the word scared. Fear is for things that you don't understand and think will harm you. After a decade of this, the weirdness settled into a smaller category. Curiosity with a low-level annoyance. Like, okay, the world occasionally splices in a scene from someone else's life and plays it in my living room. You shrug. You check the obvious. You leave a light on. You live. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't creeped out. The fact that they resemble or mimic the ones you love, it's strange. So I guess the acceptance doesn't mean I've stopped wondering. If the house is making copies, what purpose do they serve? Are they warnings? Just echoes? Or is the house using people who live there like pages in a book that it keeps rereading? Once in a quiet moment, my sister and I sat at the kitchen table, and we listed what we could remember, the exact words, the cadence of voices that weren't there, the small favors done that no one asked for. There was no consensus. Only pattern was the doubles were precise, down to the tiny things that make a person distinct. Their laugh, the way they say, okay, the half phrase that you always use when you're sleepy. I've told this to friends in bar rooms, strangers on online threads. Some people get upset on my behalf. Some people don't believe me. And some people want to offer scientific explanations and diagrams. A small number of folks write back with their own half-believed memories. A hand on an ankle, a neighbor's voice from the closet, a shadow that looked exactly like an uncle who died 20 years ago. There's a community, obviously, for this sort of thing. Weirdly human and comforting. You trade stories, feel less alone. The other thing is, the house doesn't seem malicious. The copies don't tear the curtain or try to drive us out. They're just small, domestic, annoyingly intimate. That's what unsettles me, though. The way whatever this is chooses to mimic ordinary life. It doesn't threaten. It infringes. It takes your kit and puts it on the sill. It sends you a delayed, "I'll be down in a minute," from an empty stairwell. It sits under your covers long enough to have the sort of body memory you can't explain. There's been times at night that I'll just stand at the top of the stairs and listen. The house hums with gravity and the slow habitual noises of people who have lived there for too long. If you've ever made peace with a quirk in a partner, a weird laugh, an annoying bedtime habit, you understand the tone. It's a mixture of affection and irritation. You accept it because leaving would be a different kind of loss. So, I live with it. I keep my kit zipped when I'm home. I leave the webcam facing down sometimes because I like the privacy of not being watched, even by the house. When something happens, I check, I catalog, I tell the story later over a beer or in a thread. The house keeps making its mirrors, and I just keep living. I'm not brave exactly, but I'm not foolish either. I suppose I'm just tired enough to have stopped being surprised. Occasionally, I wonder if these kinds of things are a kindness in their own crooked way. A second chance to answer before the person actually walks into the room. A reflection that calls your name and waits politely for a reply. Or maybe they're just the house's way of cataloging us for its own private reasons. I don't know. I no longer expect a satisfying explanation. I only expect the next odd thing to show up in the doorway, like someone who's late for dinner and apologizes for the disturbance. Does that make me less afraid? Probably. Mostly it just makes me conversational about the fact that our lives are apparently recyclable. I spent some time in my early 20s working at a dive bar. When I say dive, I don't mean the kind that advertises itself as such while still charging $12 for a cocktail with lavender syrup. I mean the real thing. Floors sticky no matter how many times you mop them. Beer signs buzzing in every corner. And the bathrooms that you'd only use if you'd already had 3 shots and a prayer. The bar had been around forever. Before my time. Before my boss's time even. Probably before some of the regulars were even born. I mean, you could tell these walls had soaked up 50 years of spilled beer, cigarette smoke, bad decisions, and stories better left untold. And in the middle of all that, we had Jimmy. Jimmy was a regular back in the day, long before I started, but he also worked there. The old-timers all had stories about him, how he'd walk in at 4 p.m. sharp, claim the third stool from the left, order a cheap lager and a whiskey back, and hold court until closing on his days off. He wasn't loud about it, just steady, reliable. The kind of guy who gave a bar like ours its backbone. The thing about Jimmy, though, was his TV. See, in the back room, the cluttered little break space where we kept extra cases of beer, boxes of chips, and random junk too dusty to throw away. There was this old 13-inch TV perched on a shelf. It barely worked by the time I got there. The screen was scratched, the antenna was bent, the dials really stiff. But back when Jimmy was alive, that TV was his ritual. Every night he'd shuffle back there on break or when the bar got too loud, crack another beer and tune into whatever game or late-night rerun he could find. Baseball, boxing, old sitcoms, didn't really matter. If it was noise, he was happy. When Jimmy died, heart attack, sometime in the early 2000s, the bar lost one of its fixtures. But if you asked anyone who worked there, Jimmy never really left. The first time I heard about him, it was on my very first night behind the bar. One of the regulars leaned over and asked, "You met Jimmy yet?" I thought he meant another bartender. "No," I said. "You will," he told me. And then he grinned, like it was the punchline to a joke. I didn't get it until closing. We'd cut the lights, locked the door. I was restocking napkins when a faint glow spilled through the cracked door of the back room. I thought maybe someone had left a flashlight on, but when I opened the door, there was the old TV, lit up, flickering. The antenna angled toward nothing, static hissing loud enough to fill the room. I just stared at it. Nobody had touched that TV all night. It wasn't plugged in, but maybe it used batteries. I'd learn later it didn't. Then the static shifted, rolling like a wave, and through the snow came a voice. Just 2 words clear as day. "Hey, friend." The cook, who'd been counting tips nearby, poked his head in. He didn't look surprised at all. "Jimmy's just saying goodnight," he muttered, went back to his work. The TV had become Jimmy's calling card. Sometimes it was at midnight, sometimes after last call, sometimes in the middle of the afternoon lull when only 1 or 2 customers were hanging around. He'd be wiping down the counter and suddenly notice the faint glow bleeding from the back room. Open the door, and there it was, the TV scanning channels on its own, voices stuttering in and out, like it was trying to piece something together. Every now and then, especially if you really listened, it did. Little fragments, half sentences caught between static. "Hey, friend. Be safe. Pour one for me." Always short, always simple, but it was enough to stop you in your tracks. The regulars shrugged it off like it was nothing. "That's Jimmy," they'd say. Always watching the game, always making sure you're not alone. Even though everyone seemed to feel nothing but comfort, I tried to debunk it, of course. Checked the cord, unplugged, tested the outlet, dead. I even tried plugging the thing in once just to see. Nothing. It wouldn't power on at all. But somehow, when it wanted to, that little screen came alive. It wasn't just me who saw it. Customers had their moments. One night, a guy waiting for the bathroom opened the wrong door, found the TV blazing in the dark. He swore the voices strung together, whole sentence. "Don't drive tonight." He laughed it off until his ride showed up. Friend of his, 3 sheets to the wind. He ended up calling a cab instead. Later he told me that message probably saved his life. Another time a group of college kids dared each other to peek into the back room. The TV flared up right on cue, showing what looked like an old fight. 2 boxers trading blows in grainy black and white. One of the kids swore the fighter looked exactly like Jimmy. It wasn't, of course, but these are the kinds of things that would happen. My favorite was the night that I stayed late, alone, after everyone else had gone home. I was finishing inventory, dragging myself through the motions when I heard something soft, faint, steady. A baseball announcer's voice. I opened the back door, and there it was, the TV tuned into a game that had aired decades ago. Grainy players in old uniforms. The crowd roaring like ghosts and static. I stood there watching until the picture cut out. Just before it went dark, the channel shifted and a voice came through. It was familiar and warm, like someone I knew, leaning in close at the bar. "See you tomorrow." I don't really scare easily, but I'll admit, I had goosebumps with that one. Here's the thing, Jimmy wasn't frightening. He didn't throw bottles or slam doors or make things harder on us. He didn't mean harm. He just wanted the bar alive the way that it was when he was there. Loud, messy, full of voices and games, the hum of that old TV in the back room. Maybe that's why he stuck around. Dive bars are temples of routine. Same faces, same drinks, same rituals. For Jimmy, leaving would have meant breaking the cycle, and he wasn't ready to do that. I'm pretty sure, like so many others in the area, the bar eventually shut down. The building's still there, boarded up, waiting for someone to take a chance on it again, but they probably won't. I like to think if they ever plug anything in that back room, again, like a TV, radio, Jimmy would be right there, tuning in, making sure nobody closes the place in silence. If you ever find yourself in some forgotten dive and the glow of an old TV flickers in the dark, I recommend don't be afraid. Pull up a stool, pour a beer, and listen. Because chances are there's a Jimmy still saying goodnight just about everywhere. When I was about 7 years old, My family rented a cabin for a summer trip. It was one of those places that looks cute in pictures. Lake nearby, lots of trees. But when you actually step inside, it smells like damp wood and feels like the house itself is tired of standing there. Even as a kid, I thought something about it was off. I don't usually share this story because it sounds like the kind of thing a kid would make up, but I was there and I lived with what followed. The first night at the cabin, I woke up to find someone standing at the foot of my bed. At least, that's what it looked like. He was tall, too tall to be my dad, thin in a way that made him seem stretched and completely blacked out like a shadow peeled off the wall. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. After what felt like forever, I pulled the blanket over my head and just waited. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep, because the next thing I remember is morning light. I told myself it was a dream. Kids have nightmares, right? New places. Except the next night, there he was again. And the next. Always in the room. Always watching. When the trip ended, I thought I was done with him. But when we got back home, I realized he hadn't stayed at the cabin. The first week back, everything was fine. Then one night, I woke up and saw him standing in the corner by my closet. Same height, same shape, same stillness. It wasn't the kind of thing you mistake for a pile of clothes or a shadow from headlights outside. I knew the difference, even at 7 years old. I never told my parents, partly because I thought they wouldn't believe me, and partly because I didn't want to make it worse. Some instinct told me that saying it out loud would give him more power, make him more permanent, so I kept quiet. But I saw him, night after night. Sometimes he'd be near the closet, sometimes by the door, sometimes at the foot of the bed again. He never spoke or moved once I saw him, but the weight of his presence was enough. It wasn't just seeing him. I could feel him there, even with my eyes closed, like the air was thicker where he stood. I'd lie awake listening to my own breathing and swear I heard another pattern under it. A slower inhale, a heavier exhale. It was the sound of someone else in the room. After a while, I got used to him. I was still scared, of course, but he became part of my nightly routine. Brush my teeth, climb into bed, fall asleep knowing the shadow man would be there when I woke up at 2 a.m. It sounds insane now, but I adjusted. And then just as suddenly as he appeared, he was gone. There wasn't a final night or a goodbye. One day I just realized I hadn't seen him in a while. I kept waiting, kept bracing myself to open my eyes and find him in the corner. But he never came back. I don't know what he was or why he followed me home from that cabin. I don't know why he stayed so long or why he left. All I know is for years, he was real to me. He was there. Even now as an adult, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and catch myself staring into the corners of my room, half expecting to see that tall shadow figure, standing silently. 'Cause if he could follow me home once, I guess what's stopping him from doing it again? I lived in a house for 5 years that, if ghosts had personalities, had definitely been saddled with the sort of roommate from hell who leaves their dishes in the sink and steals your socks. Not violent, just petty and endlessly inconvenient. I'd come home from work and find the second floor window wide open in a rainstorm. I'd reach for a yogurt in the fridge and pull out a container with the lid half off, yogurt crusted around the rim, like someone had been there in a hurry. Little things, mostly. But these are the kinds of things that make you double-check your own memory, and then put a post-it on the fridge that reads, "You did not open this." At first, I tried to be reasonable. I blamed drafts. I blamed my own absent-mindedness. I even blamed the cat. The cat is culpable for many things. She is not culpable for everything. I taped down the windows. I put a bowl of baking soda in the fridge in case it was moisture. But the house had a theme, and once you identified it, it becomes impossible not to notice it. This place hated clocks. And by hated, I mean the house was personally invested in their destruction. There were cuckoo clocks, stained wood, little doors that popped open on the hour, that had worked for half a century. They ticked and coughed along like elderly relatives, and then, without warning, they'd stop dead. No winding problem. No spring snapped, just dead. Then there were the new, cheap wall clocks I bought to replace them. I'd throw batteries in like offerings, go to bed, and wake up to a kitchen full of quiet and a clock that had eaten its battery like it was candy. By the end of that winter, I had an entire drawer of expired AAAs that still looked brand new, a battery graveyard. My watch is the thing I miss the least, but it's the first sabotage relic I remember clearly. I always slept with it on, bad habit, I know, but it's how I kept my phone out of reach when I wanted to pretend to sleep. One morning I rolled over and my wrist was naked. The watch lay on the floor beside my bed, with the crystal shattered. Metal band was bent like someone had stepped on it. I remember holding the broken thing in my palm and thinking annoyingly practical thoughts. Replace crystal, call the repair shop, sleep without watch on. And underneath all that, the tiny, embarrassed flutter of who moves my watch in the night. Then came the Kit Kat clock. That's what it would be called, because it was shaped inexplicitly and charmingly like a Kit Kat bar. Long, glossy, with perfect little rectangles. My sister bought it for me for Christmas. A ridiculous pop of plastic that made the kitchen feel like someone had smuggled a candy store into a mid-century decor. Well, 2 weeks later, the house threw it. I was standing at the stove, stirring something that involved too much garlic for 7 p.m., when the cat did that twitch and stare thing that she does when a moth passes. Out of the corner of my eye, something airborne, long and chocolatey and absurd, flew across the kitchen. My brain filled in the motion with conspiratorial slow motion. Airborne Kit Kat. I turned. The clock lay in 1,000 bright plastic shards across the linoleum. Hands frozen at 6:50. For a second, I laughed, because what else do you do? And then I sighed, swept up the candy pieces, and walked to the living room, where the old wooden cuckoo clock had stopped again. Its door had shut as if it had decided on permanent retirement. The house sighed around me. House sounds, like a person settling in after a long day. I wanted to be mad, but I kept feeling like I was dealing with a particularly passive-aggressive relative. People give you advice for situations like this. Bless the house, light sage, call a priest, install an app that plays whale songs on a loop at 3 a.m. I tried practical things first. I swapped the batteries. I put up little talismans around the house. I unplugged everything except a floor lamp and stared at the lamp for a while because it felt like the grown-up thing to do. Nothing worked long-term. The clocks kept failing. The windows kept opening. And the cat continued to be responsible for some disruptions, but not the ones I was trying to explain. Some of the acts were almost affectionate in their spite. Once I came home to find all of my socks were sorted. Not lost, but bunched intentionally, in a neat pile by the door, like someone who wanted me to know that they'd been looking for them. And they found them. Once a page of my favorite book was folded down. It was folded on the exact sentence I needed to reread. The book had not been opened all day, and suddenly there was a corner bookmark, mockingly precise. Little messages. A personality with time to bother with domestic details. Not a violent personality, or a threatening one. Just a roommate. A passive-aggressive roommate. The worst part wasn't the inconvenience. It was the way that it made me tack my life into small, defendable boxes. I stopped leaving things where I liked to leave them. I I put cling wrap over my leftovers, even when I meant to eat them the next day. I took a picture of the Kit Kat clock and showed it to my friends like a punchline. The house hates confectionery decor, I'd say. They'd laugh, and then, because we all have that itch for the weird, they'd ask the things they always ask. Did you try this list of rituals? Yes, I'd say. I tried. Nothing stuck. There was one night, a few months after the Kit Kat incident, where I basically had enough of sitting on the edge like I had a grumpy roommate. I stood in the kitchen with 2 coffees and a plan. I would not be sabotaged tonight. I set a cheap digital clock on the counter, one that looked like it was a utilitarian box. And I watched it like a hawk while I boiled water for my noodles. For one glorious hour, it ticked. For 1 hour, the house offered no opinion. And then at 2:02 a.m., my cat leapt up, knocked the clock onto the floor, and walked away with the expression of someone who'd just finished a job. I picked up the clock half annoyed, half resigned, and for the first time I laughed until I cried. It was ridiculous and perfectly on brand. The house had not been forceful. It had merely redirected the agency through the cat's paws. Subtle, efficient, bossy. I did eventually move out, because 5 years is a long time to live with a roommate who doesn't respect batteries. I still find myself making little rituals when I visit other houses, though. Tap the mantle, check the window latches, leave a clean plate in case someone is picky. Sometimes I miss the weirdness. Not the petty theft of time, or the smashed watch, or soggy windows, but the uncanny personality of it all. There was a rhythm to living with a place that kept correcting itself, and in its own maddening way, watching out for the edges of my life. Honestly, if ghosts are going to haunt something, I'd rather it be a nitpicky, borderline catty presence that throws my novelty clocks off the wall than one that's out for blood. At least one could be reasoned with, sort of. As for the Kit Kat clock, I took it as a compliment. The house had opinions, it had taste, and it was petty as hell, which, frankly, is more relatable than anything else I can think of. I used to work at a speakeasy. Obviously, I can't tell you where it is, secrets and all that, but I'll tell you this much. It's still around, still open, still pouring drinks, and I've never worked anywhere quite like it. I don't mean one of those fake Instagram-y looking speakeasies where you push through a phone booth to get to some neon-coated cocktail lounge. I mean, this place was actually a speakeasy during Prohibition. The front has changed over the decades. Restaurants, stores, even an office space at one point. But the basement never left. That basement was where I worked. Brick walls, low ceilings, lighting that makes everyone look a little better after 2 drinks. We leaned into the old school vibe. Strong cocktails, candlelight, and music that feels like it belongs in the room. People loved it. But here's the thing about working in a space like that. You start to feel the history, and sometimes the history literally feels you back. Of course, I'll explain. During Prohibition, the basement had been the kind of spot that people only whispered about. You couldn't and wouldn't just stumble in. You had to know someone. The door was hidden, and once you were inside, you had live jazz, poker tables, bathtub gin, the whole 9 yards. But the good times didn't last in this little spot. In the late 1920s, the place got raided. The story goes that the feds kicked down the door. People panicked, bottles smashed, tables overturned. And somewhere in the chaos, a man was shot. No one agrees on whether it was a gangster, a customer, or just some poor guy in the wrong place at the wrong time. All they say is that he was wearing a dark suit and never made it out of that basement. My first night, when I first started there, the other bartenders gave me the usual new hire warnings. Not about showing up late or skimming tips, about the ghosts. They told me, if you're closing alone, don't hang out too long after the last customer leaves. And if you hear music when the bar's dead silent, just let it play. I remember sort of laughing. I thought I was just part of the shtick. Every old bar has its ghost story, right? But my first real closing shift, weeks later, I found out they weren't joking. I was wiping down the counters, counting the till. I started to notice something. Faint music. Not from the speakers, they'd been off for a half an hour. And not from upstairs. The place above us was closed too. It was jazz. Old, scratchy. Like it was bleeding through from another time entirely. A trumpet, low and lazy, with piano underneath. It was so soft at first I thought that maybe I was imagining it. But then it just swelled. Enough to make me stop what I was doing and listen. And then just like that it cut off. Dead silence. I told myself old building, weird things. But that explanation felt thinner than the walls I was working under. A few weeks later, I was restocking bottles near the hallway that led to the bathroom. I looked up and was stunned. There was a man standing in the hallway, tall, broad shoulders, wearing a dark suit. The longer I looked, I realized he wasn't solid. Not see-through exactly, but like the edges of him were blurred. He didn't move towards me, he just paced slowly, from one end of the hallway to the other. I called out, thinking maybe it was a customer who'd wandered back, but as soon as the words left my mouth, he was gone. He didn't walk away, he just disappeared. As I was leaving that night, I mentioned it to one of the servers, trying to sound casual. She gave me this look and said, "Oh, so you've met him." Like she was waiting for me to bring it up. Apparently everyone who works there sees him eventually. Always in the hallway, always pacing. So the stories they told me on the first day weren't bullshit, because I saw it for myself. It wasn't just him either. Glasses would slide down the bar when no one was near them. He'd set a bottle on a shelf, turn to grab another, and the first one would clatter to the floor. Customers sometimes mentioned seeing an extra man in the mirror, the one behind the bar, even when there was no one standing where they swore he'd been. But that music, it always happened. Always late, always after stragglers were gone. Sometimes just a trumpet, others a full band. Always jazz, always from nowhere. One night, the entire staff had heard it. We were having a team meeting, sitting around, some counting tips, others talking, when the faint sound of a sax drifted through the room. We all stopped talking at the same time. We listened as it built for maybe 30 seconds, then cut off in the middle of a note. None of us said a word. We just got back to our work, continued our conversations. I didn't quit because of the hauntings. Honestly, part of me loved it. The idea that I was working in the same place that people had been laughing, drinking, hiding from the law a century ago. It gave the job weight. Like we were just the next act in a show that never really ended. But I'll never forget that man in the suit. I only saw him once, but I can still picture the way he walked. Slow and deliberate. From a different time, honestly. And like he'd been pacing that same hallway for 100 years. So is he the gangster? Just a poor guy, wrong place, wrong time. Maybe both, maybe neither. All I know is I never really got to see him again. I guess he just wanted to introduce himself. I live across the street from a funeral home. That's not the creepy part, at least not by itself. You get used to the quiet, the strange hours, the way the lights never seem to be fully off. But ever since I was little, I felt like the house we live in sees more than it should. I'm 19 now. The weird stuff's always been there. Feeling watched, sudden cold spots, things shifting off shelves when no one's around. But since the renovation last year, things have changed, especially in my room. This tapestry hanging on my wall, it gets yanked down, repeatedly, always at night, always when I'm not looking. I've rehung it more times than I can count, and it never happens during the day. I've also started hearing footsteps around my bed. Not creaks in the wood, not shifting pipes, but footsteps. You can feel them through the floor, since our house is on piers. They circle the bed sometimes. I hear them when the doors open. It's always quiet, slow, like someone pacing and waiting. But what really got me happened a few months ago. That night I was on the phone with my boyfriend, talking about how nice it would be to just fall asleep together, dumb stuff, sweet, harmless. After I hung up, I laid back in bed and immediately felt it. This pressure at the foot of the bed, like someone had gently placed their hand there. I froze. Then came the second sensation, a presence behind me, not a breeze or a temperature drop, just the feeling of someone right there, lying against my back. A finger lightly draws circles on my back, slow, repetitive, intimate. It wasn't cold, it wasn't aggressive, but it wasn't a muscle twitch or my imagination. I laid there frozen, just waiting for it to stop. It didn't stop. It faded, eventually. That's the part that messes with me. I didn't feel the finger lift off me. It didn't break contact. It just dissolved, like it lost interest, or it was never fully physical to begin with. It happened again a few nights later. The same feeling, the same presence behind me, but this time it held my hand. I fell asleep like that, and I had this vague dream. A boy was there with me, but I couldn't make out his face. Just this soft, quiet feeling like I wasn't alone, and I didn't need to be. I don't think it's evil. I've felt that before. Oppressive, sickening energy. Whatever this is, it doesn't give me that. If anything, it feels lonely, almost careful. But yeah, I guess my question is, what kind of spirit can touch you? Not scare you, not whisper through vents, but actually reach you. Is it something I should worry about? Or is it just something that found me, that doesn't want to be alone? Things still move in the house. The tapestry gets tugged, but whatever was touching me, it hasn't come back lately. And I think I'm pretty okay with that. I remember I wasn't supposed to work that night. It was my night off, and I had zero plans to leave the house. Around midnight, I get a call from the dispatcher. Someone called out and they needed coverage at another site across town. I never worked there before, but I figured overtime's overtime. It wasn't until I pulled up that I realized where I was. This place used to be one of my dad's posts. He worked security for years before he passed, and I remember him telling me stories about this exact property. It's mostly offices and warehouses, with long, empty hallways, bad lighting. It's definitely one that feels abandoned, even when it's open. Anyway, I signed in, got the keys, and started my shift. It was quiet, but most of these jobs are. I'd been walking rounds for about 2 hours when I went into one of the bigger office buildings. The door locks behind me, so no one else should have been inside. I barely made it down the first hallway when I noticed movement at the far end. There was a man walking away from me, just far enough that I couldn't make out the details. It was 2 a.m. and the building was locked. There was no reason for anyone else to be there. I closed the door quietly and started towards him. He was wearing a security uniform, but not like mine. This was older, different company entirely. And then it clicked. That was the company my dad worked for when he was posted here. By the time I was close enough to see his face, my heart was practically out of my chest. Because it was my dad. Not someone who looked like him, not a trick of the light. It was my dad. Same build, same way he carried himself. Same face I'd grown up seeing across the dinner table. He stopped mid-step and looked right at me. We just stood there, staring at each other. It couldn't have been more than 20 or 30 seconds, but it felt longer. His expression never changed. And then he turned the corner. I ran after him full sprint. The hallway was empty. No open doors or footsteps. Just the same dim lights and the hum of that building. That was almost 2 years ago. I've covered shifts at that site at least 20 times since, always hoping I'll see him again. But I never have. I still don't really know what to make of it all. Could have been a ghost. Could have been my mind messing with me. Because I was in one of his old posts. Or maybe I actually saw him working that night, just in another time. Whatever it was, I've never shaken that feeling that for a few seconds, we were in the same place again. There's a certain window of time right after you wake up, but before you're fully awake, where everything feels a little off. Like the world has somehow shifted and it's waiting for you to notice. That's the only way I can describe what happened this night in the garage apartment. It was a temporary place, just a few months while I transitioned between jobs. Small, nothing fancy, tucked above a detached garage behind a quiet house that I found on Craigslist. The rent was cheap, probably too cheap, but I liked that it was separate from the main house and the landlord seemed normal enough. We barely spoke, and I liked it that way. One night I came home exhausted, laid down without even turning on the lights. I remember thinking that I'd just rest my eyes for a bit before showering. Next thing I knew, I was waking up in that in-between space, aware of the room, but not quite part of it yet. It wasn't dark. The streetlight outside threw just enough of a glow through the curtain to outline the furniture in soft, grainy shadows. But I was seeing more than just grainy shadows of furniture. I saw figures, unmoving at first, all completely black, like the absence of light carved into the shape of people. It wasn't hazy or transparent like you'd imagine a ghost. These were solid. And then they moved, not toward me and not reaching to me at all. They just started doing things. One was crouched near a mini fridge, opening and closing it gently, like checking what was inside. Another was wiping down what appeared to be countertops, slow and methodical. And a third one just stood at the closet, folding something carefully. They weren't performing. It wasn't a haunting display meant to scare me. It looked like a quiet, domestic moment, frozen in time, and now slowly playing back. Familiar in every way except for the fact that none of it should have been happening. I should have felt afraid, I guess, but what I felt was disoriented, like I'd stumbled into someone else's day by mistake. Then the one folding the blanket tilted its head slightly, almost like it heard something, and looked in my direction, not directly at me, but close, I assume. Just enough to pull me fully awake. I blinked. The room was empty. Nothing disturbed or moved, just silence in that dim yellow light seeping through the curtain. I never saw them again. I never felt watched or anything like people say, but I still think about that moment, how ordinary it all was, how it looked, and how it just felt like I'd brushed up against another version of this place, one that didn't know I was there. was working the night shift at a hospital downtown. Not medical staff, just part of the facilities team. I handled basic maintenance, answering calls about jammed doors or flickering lights, that sort of thing. It was decent money, and most nights were quiet. This one night, though, wasn't. There's a wing of the hospital that's been under renovation for years. Budget cuts, contractor issues. Nobody can seem to finish it. It's on the 4th floor, and technically no one's supposed to be up there. But one of the nurses called down around 11:45, saying she heard something banging near the stairwell door up there, and she wanted someone to check it out. I asked if security could handle it, but she sounded uneasy, said she'd already tried calling them. No answer. So I grabbed my badge and keys and took the elevator up. I ran into Tony, another facilities guy that I was training that week. Passing him, I asked if he wanted to tag along. He was new, still had that jumpy energy, but he agreed. Said he didn't want to be hanging out in the basement alone again, which I didn't blame him. When we stepped off the elevator, the whole floor was dark. No motion lights, no background hum of equipment, just silent. The kind of silence that feels too big for a building full of people. We started walking toward the stairwell. Nothing out of place at first, just some tools left out. Plastic sheeting hanging from the ceiling, that smell of dust and drywall. And then we heard it. It sounded like a scream, but it wasn't loud. It was like someone exhaling a scream into your ear, not vocal, just forceful, full of pressure. All the air from someone's lungs all at once. It was right next to us. Tony jumped. Actually jumped back a few feet, nearly dropping his flashlight. And then he turned to me, pale as hell. "Did you just breathe on me?" I hadn't moved. He started freaking out, rubbing at his neck, saying he felt something cold, like actual cold breath. I told him to calm down, maybe there was a draft from one of the vents. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. It was too focused. Too close, and there was no breeze in that place, only still dead air. We left pretty fast, didn't even finish checking the stairwell. I told the nurse it was probably a vent shifting or something. Tony didn't talk much for the rest of the night. The next day he showed me this weird red mark on his neck, like a faint handprint. Not a full one, but just the suggestion of fingers. Like pressure from something that wasn't quite physical. He didn't come back after that. Said the job wasn't for him. I've been back on that floor since, during daylight. Nothing strange. But I don't go up there alone anymore at night. If the lights are off even, I just keep moving. I don't even stop to listen. Because whatever that sound was, I don't think it was meant to be heard. And certainly not found. I've never been much for ghost stories. Not that I think people are lying. I just never paid much attention when I was younger and such. I liked taking things apart and putting them back together, not sitting around telling ghost stories. Even now I wouldn't call myself a believer, but I'll give you this. Something happened to me once. And to this day, I don't know how to explain it. I was a teenager, maybe 16 or 17, and I'd come home late one night. Nothing wild. I wasn't that kind of kid. I was sober, sharp, clear-headed. But the house was empty. Parents were out, sister gone. Just me walking down that long hallway to my bedroom at the end of it. I went to push the door open, only I must not have turned the knob all the way. Instead of walking into my room, I smacked right into the door. Chest, really. Nearly knocked the wind out of myself. Not my proudest moment. I cursed under my breath and grabbed the knob and swung the door open. There was a figure, big, dark, standing right there in my room, filling the space in front of me. For a split second, my brain tried to make it into a person, an intruder maybe. Somebody who'd gotten into the house. Fight or flight kicked in hard, and for whatever reason, I chose fight. I threw 2 punches straight at its chest, and both times, my fist went clean through it, like punching into smoke. No resistance or weight. That broke me out of my zone. I stumbled back, scrambled for the light switch, but all I managed to do was turn on the ceiling fan. So there I was, yelling into the room, trying to sound tougher than I felt, while the fan rattled overhead. I stormed in, grabbed the pole chain, yanked until the light flicked on. Room lit up bright as day, and it was empty. I checked everywhere. Closet, under the bed, behind the dresser. I even looked in the other rooms of the house. Nobody. Now the easy explanation is that I imagined it. Maybe running into the door startled me so much that my brain conjured something out of the shadows. Maybe. But I'll tell you this, I wasn't half asleep. I wasn't drunk or high. And I wasn't the kind of kid that spooked myself over nothing. I was familiar with all the natural shadows in my house. I know what I saw. I know what I felt when I swung those punches and hit nothing. It was coldness, not just normal air. Do I believe in ghosts? Not really. Not the way some people do. But I also don't laugh off the stories, as technically I've got one of my own, and it still gives me pause when I think about it. I never thought I'd run a bar, but then again, I'd never really thought about losing my grandfather either. Sure, you know it'll happen, but I never put much thought into it on purpose. He built this place with his own 2 hands back in the 70s, a narrow brick building with a dark wood beam, scuffed floors, and a line of bar stools that had seen more than one generation of regulars sinking into them. He always called it his second living room, though half the neighborhood practically lived there with him. When he passed, the bar came to me. I was grieving, overwhelmed, not sure at all that I could keep it alive. But walking through those doors felt like stepping back into his embrace. The air smelled of old wood and whiskey. The bar top was polished smooth where his hands had wiped it down thousands of times. Even the faintest trace of cigar smoke still clung to the rafters. That was his thing, cigars. He used to say, half joking but half serious too, "If you ever smell the smoke when I'm gone, that's me saying hello." I didn't believe it at first. I mean, everyone's got a story like that, right? But the first week that I worked there alone, closing up late, I smelled it. Sweet and smoky. Curling into the air, though no one had lit anything. I froze with a glass in my hand, staring at the darkened mirror behind the bar. For the first time since his funeral, I didn't feel quite so alone. It didn't take long to realize the bar held more than just his presence. The first big sign came on a slow Tuesday. I was wiping down the counter when a pint glass, empty and upside down, slid 2 feet across the bar on its own. I know how that sounds, but I swear to you, it didn't tip or roll, it glided. I tried to brush it off, but the next 2 weeks, I saw something in the bar's long wall mirror. Not my reflection, not anyone's reflection, but a man in a dark shirt, with his jaw clenched tight, sitting on the far end of the bar. Only there was nobody there when I turned around. I later learned from one of the old regulars that a man had died in a fight there decades earlier. They found him slumped at the very end of the bar, a broken bottle still clutched in his hand. I've caught glimpses of him in the mirror more than once since then, his eyes burning like he's still angry about whatever ended his life. I guess my grandfather kept that story from me for a reason. Then there was the laughter. That one unnerved me more than anything. On certain nights, especially when I was closing alone, I'd hear it float from the back booth. A woman's laugh, light and breathy. It wasn't cruel or menacing, just different. Like walking into a room and hearing a conversation you're not supposed to. Hushed tones. For this one, I think I know who. I was told about a woman who used to sing at the bar when my grandfather had first opened it. Everyone said that she would light up the whole place with her voice. She was killed in a car accident on her way home one night, and some of the older patrons swore that they'd still hear her singing from time to time. I've never heard the singing, but that's gotta be her laugh. I started leaving that booth untouched. No glasses stacked, no chairs upturned, just in case someone was sitting there. But my grandfather's presence is always different from the others. The other spirits feel like chaos, snapshots caught in loops, replaying over and over without much awareness of me or anyone else. My grandfather, though, he's intentional. Sometimes when the bar was empty and still, I'd hear his boots on the floorboards, slow and steady, the exact rhythm of his stride. A few times I'd be locking up, and the old jukebox, half broken and unplugged more often than not, would crackle to life, play his favorite song. Always the same one, Earth Angel. The one he used to hum under his breath while stocking bottles, or doing much of anything, really. Then there was the cigar smoke. It came in waves, sometimes faint, sometimes so thick I'd cough. I'd smell it by the register, by my desk in the back, even once in the cellar where we kept the wine. Always when I needed comfort most, always when the weight of running everything felt too heavy. Of course, people noticed things too. One night a couple sat down at the bar, tourists from out of state. As I poured their drinks, the woman asked, "Is this place haunted?" I gave her the usual shrug. That's what they say. She told me that she'd seen a man in a fedora walk past the hallway toward the restroom. Her boyfriend nodded and said that he saw him too. I didn't even flinch. That hallway's always been active. Lights flickering, shadows moving when no one's there. I guess it makes sense to me. The bar isn't just mine. It belonged to everyone who's ever passed through the doors, living or dead. But there was one night that cemented it all for me. I'd had a rough evening. Half the staff called out. A fight broke out near closing, and by the time everyone was gone, I was left cleaning the place alone. My nerves were shot, and I remember muttering to myself, "I can't do this, Grandpa. This is too much." As I wiped down the last table, the air was heavy, like someone had turned on a bunch of TVs. There was like an electric buzz. And then I smelled it. Cigar smoke. Thick, unmistakable. My heart was sort of racing. The jukebox clicked on by itself. His song again. I had tears burning in my eyes. I knew then, as sure as I knew anything in my life, that he was still there. Not just an echo. Not just a loop. He was watching, encouraging me, making sure I knew I wasn't alone. Everything has sort of made me think of the bar as more than a business. It's a gathering place for the living, for sure, but also for those who can't seem to leave. Some of them are restless, some are sad, some are joyful, but they're all a part of the fabric of this place. I guess I used to sort of be uneasy about the idea of ghosts, but now I sort of take comfort in them, especially him. I'll be honest, though, I haven't seen him since that night. No smoke, no boots, no jukebox. Maybe he just wanted to introduce himself one last time, to let me know he trusted me to carry it all forward. And I've just decided that's enough, because every time I unlock those doors, I can almost hear him laughing behind the bar saying, "Welcome home, kid." And I just love that. This was outside Columbus on I-70. It's a flat stretch with nothing but concrete and sodium lamps burning pale. Midnight was the hour. My brain was buzzing, but my body felt like lead. And then I saw a woman in the median. She was standing there. Long hair, dark against her jacket that glowed white under the lights. No car nearby. No suitcase. Just her. Arms loose at her sides. Her face was tilted toward the traffic like she'd been waiting. I had maybe 5 seconds to process before she stepped forward. My foot hit the brake, hard enough that the cab rattled and the trailer groaned. The horn bellowed, tires screeching, and my stomach flipped a couple times as I braced for impact. But nothing. The road ahead was empty. My headlights cut through space like a blade, and there was no one there. No woman, no jacket, nothing. I pulled onto the shoulder, shaking, grabbing my flashlight. I walked down the median. The grass was still stiff with frost. No footprints. There was no sign that anyone had actually stood there at all. Back in the cab, I remembered the dash cam. I watched the clip with my hands sweating. Everything looked as I remembered it. Headlights, concrete, median. But no woman. There's just nothing there. No one where she was standing. But there is a burst of static. When it comes back, the lane is still empty. I don't know if she was trying to cross, or if she was ever really real there. But even now, every time I pass that stretch, I keep in the far right lane as to not hit her again. Though I've never actually seen her again, so maybe it was just the one time. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever pass that stretch without wondering if I'll see her again. Whatever she was. This would have been back in the late 90s when I worked at a small ambulance station. The first thing the older guys told me when I started was, don't hang around overnight by yourself. Charles will make sure you don't sleep. Charles was a volunteer who dropped dead of a heart attack during a call in the mid-'80s. The way they said it, half joking but half serious, it made me think it was just one of those stories that gets passed around to spook the new hires. I laughed it off. Truth was, I liked the overnight shift when it was just me. The driver usually ran from home, which meant that I had the office to myself. Quiet, boring, predictable, just how I liked it. Well, one night around 3 a.m., I was at the desk catching up on reports when I heard the bay door rumble open. If you've ever been around those things, you know the sound isn't subtle. It shakes the whole building. That was a problem because the doors could only be opened two ways, from the inside or with the remote in the ambulance. A few seconds later came the stairwell door, the bottom one, creaking open, followed by slow, deliberate footsteps on the stairs. From where I sat, I could see out to the lot. My car was the only one there. No ambulance. So I waited, staring at the office door, expecting someone to walk in. But the top stairwell door never opened. Not even 5 seconds later, our tones dropped for a call. I wasn't about to check that stairwell. Instead, I slipped out the opposite side of the building and headed for the garage. When I got down there, the bay door really was wide open. The rig had been unplugged and ready to roll. And at that exact moment, my driver was just pulling into the lot. I checked everything earlier. The doors were secure. The truck was plugged in. I wasn't tired enough to forget. That wasn't the last time something weird happened. Another night, again on my own, I'd crashed in the bunk. I woke up to the phone ringing. Groggy and out of it, I answered. And a man's voice I didn't recognize said clearly, "You have a call." before the line went dead. At that exact moment, I heard the second tap on the scanner. Turns out there had been a training during the day, and someone had turned the volume down on the plectron without turning it back up. If that voice hadn't woken me, I would have slept through it. I ran for the garage and found the exact same scene as before. Bay door open, rig unplugged, and my driver rolling in off the street. After that, I never really rolled my eyes at the Charles stories anymore. And that would have been the last weird occurrence. This happened 2 summers ago when I rented a secluded Airbnb outside of Palm Desert. I was trying to unplug for a few days. No notifications or meetings, just sun and silence. Something that resembled peace. The listing had promised a private pool, full kitchen, spiritual tranquility. That was their wording, not mine. The place looked nice enough. Spanish-style roof, stucco exterior, 3 bedrooms. The host had left a bottle of wine and a printed welcome note. I remember thinking that it felt a little too curated, like they were trying to distract me from something. I don't know, paranoia, or was it? The pool was the real draw. It sat behind the house, framed by rock landscapes and desert brush. At sunset, the water turned glassy and gold. I definitely took more than 10 photos to send to all but no one. It was just that beautiful. I swam that first evening. Water was cool and quiet. The air buzzed with crickets and dry heat. It wasn't strange or scary, but that didn't last too long. The second night, I sat out by the pool with a book and a drink, just after dark. I hadn't gone in yet. I was watching the steam rise off the water in soft ribbons. Strange, because the air was still warm, and the water hadn't been heated. It was too late in the day for evaporation like that. But I figured maybe the stone deck had cooled too quickly or something. And then I noticed the fog, a fine mist, almost like vapor. It started creeping across the top of the water surface. At first, I thought it was an illusion or heat haze maybe, but it moved wrong. It rolled in instead of rising, like dry ice. I got a weird feeling and went inside. Later, when I stepped into the bathroom, I noticed the mirror was fogged over, like someone had just taken a long hot shower. I hadn't. It was either the 3rd or 4th night that I heard something, a splash, light and deliberate, from the pool. It was around 2 a.m. I was awake for no good reason. I looked through the glass doors expecting to see a rabbit or some sort of animal that had slipped in. But the pool was completely still. There was no movement or ripples on the water. Just that same thin mist floating a few inches above the surface. I stood there watching it. After a few minutes, I realized that my reflection in the glass, it wasn't quite right. Like the fog on the other side was softening it, pulling at the edges. And then I heard something. Quiet breathing, labored, like someone was trying to stay afloat. But the sound was inside, behind me. I turned on every light in the house, and definitely didn't sleep that night. By morning, I was so exhausted I'd convinced myself I'd imagined it. Maybe I was just sleep-deprived, scared in a new place. Maybe the desert heat was doing something to me. I told myself that I'd sleep better if I used the pool again, so I went out around noon and swam for 20 minutes. Nothing strange happened. No fog, just water and sun. But then that night, things escalated. I woke up gasping, not like a nightmare, like I'd physically inhaled something wrong. My lungs burned. My throat felt raw, like I'd been submerged. I stumbled to the sink and splashed water on my face, hoping it would do something. When I looked in the mirror, my skin was flushed and damp, as if I'd been sweating, but cold. My hair was wet. The bed wasn't. Then, and I don't know why, I opened the back door. The moon was bright enough to see the pool clearly. There was someone floating in it. Not swimming, just drifting. Face down, arms out. Hair trailing behind like seaweed. It looked like a woman, maybe a teenager. The fog was heavier now, almost solid, clinging to her like a sheet. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just stared. And then I watched her disappear, just right in front of me. The water was immediately still again. I packed that night. Didn't care that it was nearly 4 a.m. I loaded everything into the car and left the key in the mailbox. I didn't need the full 7 days. I didn't finally sleep until I was 3 hours down the highway, deciding to grab a motel. Later that week, I looked up the property. I hadn't at first. It had good reviews, a verified host, the usual boxes checked. But I was a bit obsessed. I dug until I found a local news clipping from 5 years earlier. There had been a party, an engagement celebration hosted by the couple who owned the house. Dozens of people, catered food, music, and a plan to make the pool magical by adding liquid nitrogen to create a fog effect after dark. Only they hadn't ventilated properly. The reaction displaced the oxygen around the pool. 5 people died. Some fell in and drowned silently. Others collapsed, trying to pull them out. The homeowners were among the victims. The article called it a chemical tragedy. The lawsuit was sealed. Apparently, the property has been sold, renovated, quietly relisted as a rental on Airbnb. No one ever mentions that in the reviews. I'll never stop swimming, but I can't sit near a body of water without holding my breath. I do low-key expect them all to be a little haunted now, or at least understand that they can be. A couple of years back, I was driving cross-country to help a friend move. Took the long way through the middle of nowhere. 2-lane roads, stretches of farmland, and open sky. Around midnight, I pulled off for food. Found this little diner off the highway. It was something that didn't show up on GPS, but it had a glowing open sign and a gravel lot filled with pickup trucks. Inside, it was quiet. Old ceiling fans, smell of coffee and grease, one waitress behind the counter, a cook I couldn't see, a few folks scattered around the booths. I sat near the front, ordered pancakes and coffee, and that's when I noticed a guy. It was just a man sitting in booth 9 by the window, drinking black coffee, staring out at the parking lot. He looked ordinary, so I don't know why he stood out to me. A worn jacket, worn hat. There was something about him that didn't sit right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Eventually, he turned and looked at me. And then he smiled, like he knew me. Not in a we've met way, more like he recognized something about me. He raised his mug in my direction like a toast, then turned back to the window. The waitress came by to fill my cup and I asked, "Hey, do you know the guy over in 9? She gave me a weird look. "There's no one in 9. I turned. The booth was empty. Just coffee steam still rising from a full mug. The waitress didn't even check. She just took the mug, cleared the whole booth, like it wasn't strange. No question, no reaction. I paid and left without eating. The weirdest part, when I got back to my car, my radio, off the whole drive, cracked on and played a single line from an old country song. Some folks pass through just once, but you'll never forget 'em. Then it shut off again. Later, when I'd asked my friend if he'd passed an old diner on the way, he said he never saw one. I couldn't find it on my way back either. Either I took the wrong way because I didn't know where I was going, or it just wasn't there anymore. Driving as long as I have, I've hit animals before. It comes with the territory. A deer bolts out of nowhere. A stray darts across the country road. You don't want it to happen, but when you're pulling 80,000 pounds at highway speed, there's not much choice. You remember the sound, the jolt, the way your stomach feels. It's awful, but it's real. But this wasn't that. It was 3 winters ago. Late night, running east through Indiana. Empty highways. I was wide awake, coffee strong, music low, eyes steady. But out of nowhere, a figure stepped into my lane. I had maybe a second to react. Slamming the brakes, the rig screamed under me. Tires were fighting for grip. I felt the thud. Not hard, just enough to tell me that I'd made contact. My chest seized. I'd hit someone. I brought the truck to a shuddering stop. Hazards flashing, breath coming fast and shallow. My hands wouldn't unclench from the wheel. Finally, I forced the door open and I climbed out. Legs shaking so bad I almost stumbled. The highway never felt so empty. No car pulled to the side. No shoe in the road. There was no blood. No body. Just silence in every direction. I walked the shoulder, looked across the gravel, the weeds. Nothing. My pulse was still hammering in my ears when I thought of the dash cam. At least it would tell me the truth. Back in the cab, I replayed the last minute. The footage was there. Open road, glow of my headlights, and a figure. For a split second, it was clear as day. A person walking straight into my lane. But the longer I watched, the stranger it got. The outline didn't hold. Seemed thin, almost translucent. The shape warping as if the camera itself couldn't decide what it was seeing. Then it was gone. No impact or stumble. It didn't collapse. It was just gone. I sat there for what felt like an hour, replaying it over and over, trying to convince myself that it was a glitch. But I knew what I'd felt. That jolt through the wheel, the weight of the hit. My body remembered it, even if the road didn't. I don't know how, but eventually I put the truck back into gear and drove on. The rest of the night, every mile marker looked the same. The highway felt hollow, like the world had pulled back a curtain and shown me something I wasn't supposed to see. To this day, I can't explain it. The dashcam file corrupted not long after. Wouldn't play anymore. I've had this happen with others, but it feels strange. Maybe that's for the best, though. Maybe I don't need to see it again. This happened a few years ago, and it stuck with me because, well, you'll see. I was working late in an office, just a weekday, nothing special, when I saw something that made no sense. It was right around 4 p.m. I remember because I'd been glancing at the clock constantly, willing the last hour of the day to move faster. That's when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement in the hallway. At first I thought it was just a coworker walking by, but when I turned my head, it wasn't a person. It was something white, wispy, thin, like smoke curling in a breeze, except there was no smell or sound, and nobody was nearby. I watched it drift directly through the doorway into the office I was in, moving with intent, not randomly like dust in sunlight. The second it crossed the threshold of the office, Every hair on my body stood up. I got this full body chill, literally, like my insides dropped out from under me. I didn't stick around. I jumped up from my chair and walked out of the room without looking back. Whatever it was, I didn't want to be in the same space with it. The next day, around the exact same time, it happened again. 4 o'clock, same hallway, same white, wisp-like figure, slipping into the office like it belonged there. This time my instinct screamed to run, but my curiosity kept me planted in my chair. I sat, frozen and heart racing, waiting for something to happen. But after it entered, nothing changed. There was no noise or sudden movements, no objects shifting around. Just silence, like it had passed through and was gone. And then it never happened again. Not that week or the week after. Never. Just those 2 back-to-back days. I told my cousin about it. I thought she's probably the only one that would believe me, but was also half expecting them to laugh or tell me I was overtired. Instead, they got pretty quiet. Said it sounded like a spirit. Their thought was that it might have been attached to someone who came through the office around that time each day. Maybe it wasn't even meant for me. It was just passing by. But because I could see it, even partially, they suggested that it might have sought me out. That idea unsettled me more than the experience itself. I don't know if I believe it, but it's all hard to shake. 2 quick moments, 2 afternoons, 1 unexplained presence. And for whatever reason, I was the only one who saw it. This didn't happen on the streets, but I used to work as an overnight security at an old courthouse turned city records building. The place was huge, mostly empty after 6 p.m., had this echoey silence that made your ears kind of ring. I worked solo from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. My job was mostly just to make rounds, check doors, and monitor the handful of cameras that were still functional. The basement was always the worst. It was like stepping into a time capsule. Low ceilings, peeling paint, boxes of files from the 1950s stacked to the ceiling. Anyway, for about a month straight, at 2:13 a.m. exactly, the alarm on the 3rd floor fire door would beep like it had been opened. The camera covering the hallway had been broken since before I started, but the motion detector would go off too. Every time I went up to check it out, there was nobody there. Door still sealed, floor empty. I even propped open the stairwell door once just to try to catch whoever it was. Nothing. One night I tried just watching from the 2nd floor stairwell window at about 2:13 a.m. I heard the fire door open, like the metal creaking, latch releasing, all of it. But when I went to check, nothing unusual, just the same old thing. I never saw anyone, and the logs never showed any keycard access. I told the day shift about it, and they just sort of laughed, said the building was probably adjusting overnight. But one guy pulled me aside. He told me, and was totally serious, that years ago, a man had jumped to his death at that stairwell. I didn't last much longer after that. Even if that guy was messing with me or trying to scare me, the silence started to feel like it was watching me back. I couldn't really handle it. A few years ago, my next-door neighbor asked if I could watch her daughter for about an hour while she ran to the store. It was late afternoon in the middle of one of those steady autumn downpours. Dark clouds, street flooding, gutters gurgling. She let me in the living room with her daughter and said that she'd be back soon. The house was quiet except for the rain against the windows. About 20 minutes in, I heard the front door open. I turned in time to see a little boy, maybe 7 or 8, walk straight in, with a bright yellow raincoat and rain boots, hood up, water dripping off of him. He didn't look at me, didn't speak, just walked right past and went up the stairs toward the bedrooms. I looked at the daughter, expecting her to say something, but she just kept coloring like nothing had happened. "Who was that?" I asked. She looked up at me, completely blank. "Who?" "The boy who just went up the stairs." She frowned. "There's no boys here." My stomach sank. I told her to wait there, and I grabbed a rolled-up umbrella and went up after him. The upstairs hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were open. No closets big enough to hide in. The only window was latched shut. I checked twice before going back down. Not long after, the neighbor came home, shaking the rain off of her coat. I tried to play it casual, but finally asked, "Hey, was someone supposed to stop by? A little boy, yellow raincoat." She gave me the same look that her daughter had. "What are you talking about? No one's been here but you two." I didn't push it, but I also didn't agree to babysit again. My older brother and I used to fight over the radio growing up all the time. He liked old school rock. I was more into pop and hip hop. Total opposites. But every time we got in the car together, he'd find a way to sneak on his music and crank it up too loud until I just gave in. He died several years ago. Motorcycle accident. A few months after the funeral, I was driving home late from work at night. My phone had died, so I turned on the radio for some background noise. Just static. I hit scan and let it roll through the channels, hoping to catch anything. And then I heard it. His favorite song, "Shine On, You Crazy Diamond" by Pink Floyd. It was exactly the song he'd always played. Just a few clear seconds of it, like it broke through the static for only me. And then it was gone. Nothing but fuzz again. It happened again the next week at a different time, but the same stretch of highway, same song. After it happened a third time, I remember pulling over. I sat there in silence and I said out loud, "I hear you, all right?" I wasn't trying to dismiss him. I guess I was trying to acknowledge him. I've driven that road a dozen times since, and I've never heard the song again. I used to work overnights at an assisted living facility. It was just after 1 a.m. I was on the first floor, sitting in a little alcove where we kept the computer. The hallways were quiet. Lights were dimmed. Most of the residents were asleep. But out of nowhere, I heard a scream. Not just a noise, but a real scream of terror. So loud and close that it felt like it had come from right outside the alcove. A woman's voice, sharp, raw, cutting straight through me. I jumped up instantly, in a panic, but ready to help. I was convinced that one of my patients had fallen or was in serious trouble. There were only 2 people on that floor, both older women, so I ran straight for their rooms. I checked one, then the other. Both were sound asleep. Not restless or stirring, they were breathing slow and steady like they hadn't moved in hours. That made no sense. The scream was too clear, too present, for it to have drifted from somewhere else. But with nothing obviously wrong, I tried to shake it off and went back to work. A little while later, I moved into the gathering room, which was maybe 20 feet down the same hallway from where I'd been sitting. I wanted the change of scenery and to get out of the alcove, maybe calm my nerves. And that's when it happened again. Another scream. The exact same sound, high, piercing, and full of terror. But this time, I was facing the hallway. I could see both directions. There was no one there. The sound hadn't come from a room, and it wasn't muffled or distant. It was right there, in the hallway, as if someone had stood just a few feet away and screamed directly at me. The force of it was so real, so in this world, but at the same time, it didn't belong. Like it had no source or body. It was just pure sound hanging in the air. My stomach was dropping up and down. It was the most unsettling thing I'd ever experienced. I sat there and my ears were ringing, and I grabbed the phone, called my brother, just to try to calm myself down. I didn't know what else to do. I worked plenty more shifts after that night, but I never stopped thinking about those screams. They weren't echoes. They didn't come from anywhere but inside that building. And they weren't my patients. I also know they weren't in my head. I just still don't know what they were. From 3 to 13, I lived in a nice home out near Yosemite National Park. Nothing super spectacular about it. 4 bedrooms, a den, dining room. It was the norm for a family home there. Just down a little dirt road, and if you've ever been around those parts, you'll know, miles away from civilization. My whole childhood, I was visited by this girl in white. She never spoke. I would just wake up at night and see or feel her there. I asked my dad, and his response every time was, "The men in our family can see ghosts." My rationale of this, because I'm a skeptic, and I remain this day to be, but the story I'm telling made me question. My rationale was that we had some sort of mild schizophrenia running through our family. It didn't bother me. She didn't look like other people. There was this something off about her thing. After my father died, my mother decided to sell the house and went through a realtor. We never once had contact with the buyers, only knew them by name. The buyers had a son who went to the same school as our old neighbors, dear friends of the family, and the son apparently came to school without having slept for many nights, complaining that there was a girl who watched him at night and that he needed to get out. Shivers go up my spine every time I remember this. I was just 18 and working as a healthcare assistant on a large medical surgical ward. My mother and my dad's sister both worked at and trained at the same hospital, though not the unit I was working on. A family friend, Jen, one of the best nurses I've ever worked with, worked nights and I was working with her. It was after the midnight rounds. A woman about 50 had been admitted to room 205 that day. She was waiting for exploratory abdominal surgery. These were the days before MRI scans, and undiagnosable abdominal problems often resulted in open surgery. We had just sat down. The nurse's station was in the middle of the long hall, and all of the rooms were easily visible. The lights flickered. No big deal. Then, a shadow moved down the hall and stopped by room 205, where it lingered. Jen hit me on the arm and yelled, "Get the code cart and bring it to 205, now." Jen ran for the room. I got the cart. The other nurses heard us and headed there too. "The Angel, it's a code," Jen yelled to the other nurse. She said, "I'll get the doctor." Jen was doing CPR. In an instant, the room was filled with people, and I went into the hall. There was a gentle breeze, and just outside the door, a darkness. Suddenly, the hall got bright. Just at that instant, I heard, "She's gone. Call it." The lady had an aneurysm and had died. I was a bit shaken. As Jen and I prepped the body, I said, "How did you know?" She said, "That's the Angel. When you see her, run. The patient is dying. Did you see her light up?" I told her I didn't see anything, just that it was dark and then light. She said, "When it goes like that, they're gone. Some people think that it was a nurse who worked here and that she's still on duty." I thought she was being a little silly, and in my head, I decided it was just faulty fluorescent lights and my own anxiety. But I asked my mom, and she said, "Ask anyone. They all know the angel." Fast forward 6 years, and I'm no longer an HCA, but a healthcare professional myself. I'm on the same ward as a patient. My gallbladder hated me and decided to act up. I'd had it out, the old-fashioned and miserable way. I was really uncomfortable. So although it was late, I was watching TV. The lady next to me was an elderly lady who had broken her hip. She was sleeping peacefully. I became aware of a dark cloud over the TV screen, which was on the wall over the foot of the bed. I felt a gentle breeze. I yelled at the top of my lungs, "208, the angel." The darkness paused and softened. I felt an amazing sense of calm, then chaos as everyone burst into the room. The lady next to me was in respiratory arrest. The darkness lingered. Then, instead of flickering light as it did before, it just faded. I felt calm and at ease, and my pain had lessened. They started to roll the lady out on a trolley. "Your roommate is going to the ICU," they told me, as they moved my bed to push hers past. Jen was on and came from the other side of the curtain to straighten out the room. "You saw her?" I nodded and told her that I saw a shadow, but it felt so calm. "Well, she was just in time. How did you know? Did she wake you up?" I told her I'd been watching television and a shadow moved across it. She laughed. "It couldn't be. We turn off the televisions at 10. It's nearly 1 a.m. I looked up. The TV was off. My headphones in the drawer. I have no idea how I saw her. I don't know that it was a her at all, but it was something, and it was there. And it was there either to usher someone on with calmness or to give them a chance. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a nurse's instincts, but maybe it was just someone who took her work so seriously she stayed on long after life left her, looking after those who needed her. All I really know is I felt so calm and strengthened and not at all afraid in the presence of whatever it was. I was 18, and my mother and I were very close. She was 40. We'd been through all of my rebellious teenage crap and came out the other end as the best of friends. She had never been sick, but came home from work one day with a bad headache. She went to lie down, and I started dinner, but then I heard her crying. I never heard my mom cry before. I ran to her bedside, held her in my arms, and she died right there in my arms. And I called my dad, but she was already gone. On the night of her funeral, my dad and I went to bed early. His room, or their room, was right next to mine. It was about 8:30. My dog always slept at the end of my bed, and suddenly, my room got really cold, and my dog ran out of the room. I knew my mom was there, even before I saw her. She was all white and spoke to me telepathically. She told me not to worry about her, that she was in a good place and happy. I was scared, though, and I ran out of my bedroom and started to go downstairs. Then I thought, that's your mom. And I started back upstairs, just as my dad was coming down. You've heard the saying, he looked like he'd just seen a ghost. That couldn't have been more true for my dad. Before I could say anything, he said, I just saw your mom. I told him I had too. My dad was a very matter-of-fact person, an engineer. We never talked about this again until 40 years later, when he was on his deathbed dying of esophageal cancer. Remember when we saw Mom, I said, when she came back? Oh, love, he said. How could I ever forget that? I used to feel bad about being scared when I saw her, but then I remembered in the Bible how scared the shepherds were when the angel of the Lord came down and the angel told them to be not afraid. When I was 16 years old, I was walking along a beach with my sister. We weren't in the water, but there was such a strong undertow the sand gave way and started to pull my sister out. I ran into the ocean up to my knees and tried to grab my sister. I was pulled out into the ocean about a fourth a mile. I couldn't swim, and I started to drown. I would fight my way to the surface, and the waves would knock me back underwater. I'd finally given up, was out of strength to pull myself to the surface again. I was about 6 feet underwater. All of a sudden, I saw a surfboard above me. I fought my way to the surface one last time. It was a 10-year-old kid on a surfboard. He said, "Hey kid, want a ride?" He had seen me floundering and came out to try to rescue me. I grabbed onto the surfboard and made it back to shore. Other people had rescued my sister when I got pulled out, though many people kept asking me how I made it back. I kept telling them about the surfer, but nobody had seen a kid surfing or carrying me in. Even the lifeguard on duty told me it was a miracle that I floated back with no help. How did nobody else see him? I still don't know who it was that saved my life. Without a doubt, though, if the 10-year-old kid weren't there at the time, whoever he was, I absolutely would have died. Right there, right then. I think I purchased a cursed amulet from a homeless lady. We have a large outlet mall where I live, but the main store in the center, it used to be an Old Navy, has been empty for the last 3 years. Sometimes they use it as a weekend flea market, and anyone can sign up for a booth. My wife, Pat, and I have found some great antiques there, so we make it a point to go whenever it's open. This year they did something a little different and opened it for the entire week after Thanksgiving. It was the biggest we've seen yet. The whole building was packed tight with vendors, leaving only a few thin aisles to navigate the stores. As usual, Pat and I split up at the entrance with a plan to meet back at the car. At the end of the first aisle, tucked off into the corner, stood an elderly woman with a wooden tray hanging from her neck. It was like what you'd see the peanut vendors wearing at a baseball game, only this one held a bunch of old jewelry and small trinkets. She had long, stringy white hair, and many of her front teeth were missing. Her black dress was dirty and frayed at the edges, and she had no stockings to keep her legs warm. It was 35 degrees outside and not much warmer inside, but her sandals left most of her bare feet exposed. Her merchandise wasn't particularly appealing, but I wanted to give her some money without insulting her. When I asked about a yellow pendant on a gold chain, she said the amulet was blessed by a priestess and granted the wearer good fortune. I didn't believe her, but I wasn't buying it for the value, so I gave her a 20 and put the necklace in my pocket and wished her a Merry Christmas. The owner of the neighboring record booth had returned, and I spent a few minutes browsing through their collection. Afterwards, I turned back to the old woman for a final farewell, but she was gone. She'd only stood a couple of feet away. I didn't think I was so engrossed with the albums that I would have missed her leaving, but apparently I had. Later at home, I showed my wife the necklace and asked her if she had seen the woman. She hadn't, but she liked the amulet, and I helped her put it on. That night, she woke up a little bit before 4. She was crying, on the verge of hyperventilating, sweating, shaking profusely. I turned on the lights and screamed. Behind her, in the corner, I saw a brief glimpse of a shadow figure before it disappeared. Pat didn't see it. She was staring at me in wide-eyed confusion. Now, even more terrified due to my outburst. I wasn't about to tell her the truth while she was already upset. Pretending to be startled by her disheveled appearance may not have been the best cover, but it worked. She instantly began recounting her nightmare, in which she'd woke up to find a tall shadow figure standing over her. It began slowly reaching towards her. She finally forced herself upright and managed to wake up. If I hadn't seen the figure for myself moments before, I would have dismissed it as sleep paralysis. But now, I don't know what to make of it. For the time being, we went back to sleep. And the following morning, I told her what I saw. She was glad that I waited to share the information, but we didn't understand why this was suddenly happening. Pat's childhood home was haunted by a friendly spirit, so she's had encounters before. But this was the first time I had ever personally experienced anything. We also agreed that nothing about this presence felt friendly. It had felt cold and angry. We've lived in our house for almost 3 years without any strange incidents. So we took a closer look at our flea market purchases. Pat had also picked up an antique hand mirror, and I found a gentleman's pocket watch manufactured in 1895, along with a few other suspicious items, but deep down, we felt the blame laid solely with the amulet. We Googled a few cleansing rituals that we tried on everything, just to be safe, and nothing happened for several days. We thought it had worked, but then I got up to use the restroom in the middle of the night, and I saw the shadow figure standing behind me in the mirror. That same night, Pat had another sleep paralysis incident, during which the shadow figure placed its hand on her chest, and she felt an uncomfortable pressure for what seemed like several minutes. Then her alarm went off, and it was suddenly morning. Since it was the final day of the flea market, we decided to go back in search of the old lady who sold me the amulet. But we couldn't find any sign of her. We spoke to the other vendors, customers, and even the event coordinator, who was extremely difficult to track down, but no one had a clue who we were talking about. When we returned home, we both saw the shadow figure on the far wall before the light came on. Pat didn't want to go to sleep with the amulet in the house again, but taking the trash to the curb wasn't far enough. We tried to drive to a grocery store about 5 minutes away, but got a flat tire halfway there. It was on the back passenger side, and I couldn't find a reason for the blowout, but I didn't spend too long questioning it. More than anything, I just wanted to get the donut on and be done with that damn amulet. I pulled over as far as the road allowed, but we were on the shoulder of a busy highway. Even though I was careful to keep my body tucked away from traffic, that almost wasn't enough. Had Pat not been watching and screamed when she did, a little blue Toyota would have plowed straight into me. I dove out of the way, and the car swerved just in time to avoid a full collision. The asshole took out our driver's side mirror and kept going. I wanted to file a police report, but Pat was so upset I couldn't bear asking her to stay out there even longer. Likewise, I couldn't stand the thought of driving another mile with that amulet, so I threw it into the woods on the side of the road. Then, I finished the tire as quickly as I could, while stopping each time traffic became too heavy, and we drove home without any further issues. So far, everything's been normal ever since. We haven't seen any more shadow figures, and Pat hasn't had any more sleep paralysis incidents. Hopefully, it stays that way. Several years ago, my husband and I purchased our first home in Hoquiam, Washington. We grew up in Grace Harbor and never wanted to leave the coast. It's near the only McDonald's in town. If you know Hoquiam, you know the general 3-block radius I'm talking about. Though we don't live there anymore, I don't want to get too specific and have some crazy Christian burn down this house, thinking the devil's in it. And when I say crazy, I mean meth head. And when I say Christian, I mean meth head. When we purchased this house, the lumber yards were still rolling relatively strong in Aberdeen, which was good for Hoquiam. It was a bustling city with so much potential. That would end a few years after the purchase of our home. While we lived there, Devin was a police officer in Ocean Shores, and I worked at the bank in Aberdeen. The house next to ours had a for sale sign outside of it the first half of the year that we lived there. Then another sign was put up saying, new reduced price. It would be the next summer when it finally sold to a family with another little girl around Tilly's age. The girls instantly became best friends, and their front yard friendship was the icebreaker for the adults to meet and mingle. Devin and I invited them over for 4th of July for a barbecue. We all hit it off, and the drinks and unfiltered conversations began to flow that night. While the husbands are in the street lighting off fireworks with the kids and other neighbors partying on the block, I'm standing with the wife, Gretchen. She's a short native girl from Tahola and has a mouth of a sailor when she drinks. She leans in real close and says, "Can I ask you something without you thinking I'm batshit crazy?" I'm thinking, dang, is she going to say something really batshit crazy right now? Because I'd really like my daughter to be able to continue playing with her new best friend. So I ask straight up, "How crazy are you talking?" Praying that she doesn't ask to get high in my bathroom, but she hits me with a curveball and says that she thinks their house is haunted. I'm like, oh, word? She asks me if I know anything about the history of the house, but I tell her we just moved into ours a couple years ago, and that their house had been up for sale until they moved in. Gretchen asked if we've experienced anything otherworldly happening at our place, then asks if I've ever felt like I'd fallen out of reality, like a sudden rush of irrational, heart-racing fear when nothing is around. The topic continues as the men come back, and while the girls play in Tilly's room, me and Dev sit with our jaws hanging open as Gretchen and Stevie trade stories about the real haunted house batshittery going on next door. From disembodied footsteps and whispers to Stevie pulling out his big beer belly and showing us 3 long purple scratches wrapping across his ribs. Faucets turning on and off randomly through the night, cupboards slamming. Super scary shit. The scariest being when Gretchen told us that their daughter almost drowned in the bathtub a few days prior. Gretchen was shampooing her daughter's hair when she felt her daughter's head get pulled from her hands. She sank underwater, and at first, Gretchen thought that she was playing a joke, so she waited just a second for her to pop back up. But as Gretchen watched the shampoo bubbles begin to pop and melt in the water, she saw her daughter at the bottom of the tub, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A look of horror was frozen on her face. But there were no bubbles coming from her nose or mouth. Seeing this, Gretchen quickly pulls her body from the water. She was breathing, but her body and expression went limp and lifeless when she left the water. Gretchen and Stevie threw her into the truck and ripped out to the hospital up the hill. Doctors there couldn't find anything wrong with her. As the conversation continued, we drunkenly joked that they were always welcome to stay at our place any time the paranormal stuff became too much. Then, almost immediately after our small laughter subsided, like we manifested that to be the plan for the night, Dev points out the window and goes, "No fucking way." I go look out the blinds over to Gretchen and Stevie's house. From the side window, we can see their kitchen window and a bedroom window on the floor above. In that window, we watch as the light in the room turns on and off over and over. Gretchen and Stevie don't even leave the table to look. To this day, I don't know why they would all go home that night, even after Dev had offered them the guest bedroom. I guess it was that liquid courage on Stevie's prideful lips. It evoked his alpha male alter ego. I also think that he was trying to show off to my cop husband, but he stood up and was like, "Fuck that. I'm not getting kicked out of my house." His drunk ass storms up the stairs and kicks open the door of our daughter's bedroom, scaring the shit out of the sleeping girls. He grabs his daughter and the family leave that night, determined to handle their poltergeist problem. Devin and I are just kind of stunned, a little drunk, but mainly a bit concerned for our neighbors. Like a bunch of creeps, we post up by the side window and see if we can catch any of the action. For the most part, the house seems asleep, but every few minutes, just as I would get bored, the lights would start flickering in various rooms of the house. I realized this was something that probably had been happening all the time, but just come to our attention that night. Gretchen and I follow up the next day. She says that she and Stevie are having a disagreement about how to handle the problem. Stevie wanted to bring in a priest, whereas Gretchen wanted to bring in an authentic shaman or move altogether. I was in no more of a position then than I am now to be suggesting things, but I told her that in the interim, she and her family were welcome to stay with us. They were gone before the end of the summer. Though we didn't experience the happenings ourselves, the area just felt a bit more dim without the family next door. And this home sat vacant once more, only now we had this weird knowledge of strange happenings going on inside. That house stayed empty until we moved almost 2 years later, and it always made me uncomfortable. Comparatively, our house was only on the market for a few months before it sold. We opted not to disclose to the buyers that they had a haunted house next door, but I'm sure they figured it out eventually. Oddly enough, it wasn't even the ghost house that made us eventually sell, and I'm still proud to be from the harbor. Go Grizzlies. That being said, we moved to Texas after one of those crazy meth heads tried to lure our daughter out of our front yard. The homeless addict population growth was becoming an epidemic, and we couldn't raise our Tilly in that mess. So we moved. Well, that's all I've got as far as ghost stories, so thanks for reading. Attached to my old high school was a building with a swimming pool. One summer, my friends and I managed to break in. By break in, I should clarify that during the summer, it was open to the public, and we'd originally been there as guests. But we had the very bright idea that if we hid in the building during closing, we would eventually be left with the pool to ourselves. So that's what we did. We'd swam in the pool a million times, but for some reason, we imagined ourselves having a sort of party in there this time. We ran into a slight problem almost immediately, which was that closing this building down took a lot longer than any of us expected. And we'd spent a good amount of the night just hiding and dodging the janitorial staff. However, the lights eventually all turned off, and finally, we heard the main doors shut and lock. We all creeped out of our hiding places and met outside the pool room. This was a pretty old building in a relatively suburban small town. No cameras or anything like that to worry about, but we also realized we'd be swimming in basically total darkness. We tried for a while to switch the lights on, but we realized they all required a key. They weren't really switches at all. So just when we'd accepted our fate of swimming in total darkness, we realized the pool lights were on. It was pretty much dark everywhere except the pool, and for a while it was fun as hell. One friend, though, Devin, he always has to, do more, if you know what I mean. If we were skating, he had to try the craziest tricks or skate the places we weren't supposed to. He was a big fan of stealing his parents' car during the night just because, and he always had to get high. Mind you, we were 14 at this time. So Devin decided that he's going to smoke a joint, but not just smoke a joint. He wants to pull the pool cover over us and hotbox the thing. Basically, I object immediately. One, because the thing is super heavy and we just spent 10 minutes getting it off. But two, because I don't want to hotbox anything. Enough people agree, and so Devin and a couple others decide to hotbox the sauna instead. It's in the same structure as the pool, and the door faces the deep end. While they go do that, the rest of us decide to do backflips off the diving board, showing off, just bullshitting around. I get kind of tired at some point and just let myself sort of wade in the water, watching my friends continue to do their thing. Then I decide I'll go sit in the hot tub for a while. Swimming in the direction of the ladder, I feel someone grab my leg and pull me back in the direction I just came from. I wasn't expecting it at all, and I found myself inhaling a bit of water. It hadn't just pulled me, though. Something was keeping me underwater. I struggle long enough to start panicking, and when I finally emerge from the water, I'm gasping for air. Naturally, I'm sort of pissed, and I know that I'm about to get someone back really good. But as I look around me, directly around me, I see there's no one around me. Everyone's still either on the other side of the pool, waiting to do flips from the outside, while the rest are still in the sauna. Then splashing could be heard behind me, but I already knew that no one was there. Instead of even looking, I swim as fast as I can to the other side of the pool, When I raced out of the pool, everyone's asking me what the hell's wrong. I didn't say a word, but they wouldn't stop staring, so I just told them flat out, we gotta get out of this pool. That's when our friend James flew out of the sauna. Devin and the rest followed quickly behind him. They all looked thoroughly freaked. James, addressing everyone, says the same thing I'd said only moments before. We gotta get out of this place. For some reason, this time everyone listens, and without any more words, we all grab our stuff and book it towards the back door. As we make our way out of the building anything but gracefully, Devin is hollering about the sauna having a mind of its own, and he's yelling, asking why none of us opened the door for them. Apparently, they'd been banging on the door of the sauna. The rest of us swear we didn't hear anything. My friend Andrew starts telling Devin to calm down, that they probably just got too high in there or something. The rest of the guys from the pool agreed, laughing that the guys got themselves paranoid, but I don't know. I believed them. We finally came to a stop when we'd made it a certain distance away from the pool. James and Devin were dead serious about what they'd seen. They said they hadn't been putting water on the stones, yet the stones kept reacting like someone was splashing water on them, filling the sauna with more and more steam. When it got to be too much, they put the joint out and attempted to open the door. But they couldn't get out. Somehow, the door was locked from the outside or something. I do know that none of us guys outside heard that at all. They recounted the story over and over while the other guys laughed, and I kept thinking about what I had experienced. I really wanted to say something, but the way everyone was reacting to their story, I don't know. I just couldn't do it. We were technically only sophomores at the time, so we still had to experience this place for another 3 years. It never quite felt the same, but I also never swam there at night again. And I never had anything else try to pull me down or whatever, ever again. Something we did learn our junior year. A student had drowned in that pool in the 80s. They didn't know how to swim, apparently. During class, they ended up drowning while the teacher, who also served as the lifeguard, had stepped away from the pool area. They took their eyes off the pool for less than 5 minutes. None of the other students had noticed the kid struggling, and unfortunately, he died. My family owns a bunch of land in Virginia. Most of it is forested. There's a short path leading through the woods behind our house that leads to a small graveyard from the Civil War era. When I was younger, I used to camp in the backyard and play ghost hunter. But I stopped after a particularly bad experience 5 years ago. It was the weekend after my 13th birthday, and I'd gotten a bunch of camping gear that year, including a new tent I couldn't wait to use. I set it up in my usual spot, and everything was fine. Until around 1 a.m., when I turned off the lanterns and crawled into my sleeping bag. I hadn't even had time to start dozing off when I heard footsteps walking from the direction of the graveyard. No one else lives around here. So for someone to be coming down that path, it was either a ghost or my dad trying for a cheap scare. And that's just not something he does, especially if it involves sneaking through the woods at night. I laid completely still and listened to the light but steady pace of something on 2 legs, growing closer and closer. When they stopped, it seemed as if they were only a few feet away. I was frightened, but also excited. In these old Civil War towns, everyone has a ghost story. Yet I lived on top of a cemetery and had nothing. Part of me believed I would unzip a corner of the tent, peer out, and see some soldier standing in the moonlight. Maybe he'd have a hole in his head or a missing leg. Maybe his eyes would glow and his teeth would be sharp. 1,000 images flashed through my mind as I sat frozen with my hand over the tent flap. But just as I decided to look outside, the footsteps began moving again. They were light as before, like a small child, and this time they didn't stop until they were directly next to my tent. The image of someone reaching down to open the flap was more than I could bear. That brief feeling of excitement was replaced by pure terror as a wave of reality washed over me. I couldn't handle the pitch-black silence. I knew I shouldn't turn on a light if there was a real person outside, but I just couldn't stand it. It took a minute of nervous fumbling, but when I finally got the lanterns on, I screamed until my throat was raw and my dad was pulling me out of the tent. With the lantern on its dimmest setting, it was hard to make out what was in front of me, but as my eyes focused, I realized I was just sitting with my face closer to the tent than I realized. Only, as I moved back, I saw that there was actually a very small, perfectly formed hand pressing into the side of the fabric. It had come within just inches of my face. As I screamed, the shape of a small face appeared just above the handprint. It was only there for a second before it and the hand vanished entirely, but the image remains burned into my mind, even now. The next thing I knew, my dad was pulling me out of there. He said he woke up thinking I was being murdered. He nearly fell down the stairs trying to rush out to me. He turned on the floodlights within the first minute of my screaming, but didn't see anyone, let alone a small child. The way I sounded, he thought someone was in the tent with me, or a snake had gotten into my sleeping bag. Something awful. I've never seen him look so scared, but once I explained what really happened, he instantly relaxed, said it was only a nightmare. I wasn't even close to falling asleep when everything started, and I definitely didn't turn the lantern back on in my sleep. I feel like I finally got the story I wanted, but this was a one-and-done thing for me. I have no desire to experience any more encounters. Lesson learned. Apparently, I was set to be the star of a children's show that didn't even get a pilot. It was called Blow Your Horn and filmed in a little public access studio downtown. My mom had entered a contest by sending in my baby picture for an audition for the lead role of Dinah. Basically, the pilot was an educational premise where two adult railroad workers would engage in quirky activities while trying to take care of an infant in the Old West. It was also supposed to have puppets like Fraggle Rock or Sesame Street kind of thing, but my mom says that she never got to see an actual puppet while we were on set. I asked why my show got canceled. My mom tells me 3 things: no money, bad writing, and the set was haunted. My ears perked up and I said, "Please tell me more." She says that her and I would travel 2 hours to get to the area they had for filming. It was an abandoned slaughterhouse. It had a few long stretches of train tracks that used to transport meat from one building to another. The studio was so low budget, my mom said they had her assisting with the lights and the boom mic on the days I was scheduled to shoot. She added that I'd sleep in a box filled with blankets at her feet when they'd film outside. Blow Your Horn had a lantern theme as their primary focal point when designing the set concept. This meant that most of the scenes would be outside, so I was in that box a lot. One night, my mom had again been asked to hold the boom for the next couple of takes on the track. The shot was set up so the female lead, Mindy, would run down the tracks toward the camera, holding a lantern. She'd be coming from the dark into the light of one of the spotlights set on the track, then hit her line when she reached my mom. After being reassured that this wouldn't take all night, one of the actors gave her an uncomfortable smile, then handed my mom the box. Its innards pre-filled with blankets. Then we were off to the tracks. When we get there, my mom stays in the warm car with me until they're all set up and ready. After about 20 minutes, the director taps on the window, letting my mom know they're ready to roll film. With baby box in hand, my mom walks over a dark, icy 50-yard landscape to reach the tracks. She replaces the box in her hands with a tall boom mic, then stands next to the spotlight. In the distance, there's a lantern glowing, indicating Mindy's ready to start her run. but the director hasn't returned to the camera. My mom notices the glow from Mindy's lantern had begun to kind of drift off the tracks, heading toward the nearby woods. She thinks that Mindy's getting restless waiting for the director. I'm also in the box getting fussy, down by her feet. It was only the three of them out there, so once again, my mom swaps from one heavy boom mic to a heavy cardboard baby box and starts wandering down the tracks in search of the director. She was 30 seconds behind him from the time of him knocking on the car window to her hopping out. My mom had no clue how he could have just disappeared. A few yards down the tracks, the team had set up 3 white, fully enclosed tarps with 2 large Velcro flaps for doors. Each time after calling out for any response, my mom sets my box down and pries the 2 white sheets from each other and quickly pops her head into the dark tent before moving to the next one. But all of them were empty. Aside from random equipment and boxes, my mom shut the 3rd tent and stood in the dark silence trying to listen for any sign of human life around her. Her eyes had no chance to get adjusted to the dark when she'd been positioned so close to the only spotlight out there. As she made her way back to it, the cables that connected the camera rig together got tangled between her legs. She falls with me in her hands, but manages to turn and land on her shoulder, keeping me steady in my shell. This sacrifice of a graceful fall would save me, but leave my mom with a large gash on her elbow, along with a torn shoulder muscle. We had no medical insurance at the time, and the rage she felt began to outweigh the pain. When she made it back to the spotlight, my mom saw the lantern glow walk back onto the track. She starts yelling at Mindy to come back, and that she can't find the director. The lantern starts moving. It slowly grows as Mindy approaches, but then it goes out. My mom waits for her to enter the circle of light, but she never crossed its rift. Again, my mom started calling out to her, and when nobody replied, the tracks were quiet and still. It was the lack of sound that was the scariest. In the back of her mind, she still held out the slight chance that Mindy's trying to make a joke. But the fabric of her coat sleeve had started seeping through with blood, and she'd had enough of the night. She takes her middle finger and waves it into the darkness as a goodbye to Mindy. Then she'd make the icy, gravely climb back to her car. When she'd gotten to the main lot, the dome light of the director's car was on. He was sitting in the passenger side, his big blocky cell phone up to his ear while smoking a cigarette. The sight of this makes my mom fume. She walks over to his car and begins to yell at him. He unrolls the window, and cigarette smoke pours out of the gap. The director starts yelling back at my mom, while also yelling at the person on the phone. He says Mindy isn't showing up tonight, and told my mom to go home. She was in too much pain to continue the argument, so she just turned around and walked back to her car and drove us home. The next day, we get a message that Mindy had quit, and the director was scrapping the project. Hey there. I'm a night janitor at a hospital, and I spend most of my time at work listening to creepypasta narrations. But I've recently found this channel, and I thought it would be fun to send in one of my stories about this place. We've got plenty of ghosts, but after working here a while, you get used to them. For the most part, no one's ever experienced anything malicious, just the friendly or curious types of spirits. In the 5 years I've been working there, only one incident has really frightened me, and it just happened last week. One of the places I'm responsible for cleaning is the morgue. We recently had a man pass away after a late-night motorcycle accident, and his body was still on one of the tables when I went in to clean. It's not uncommon for a few to be left out. If there's no one on duty to check them in, the orderlies will leave them for whoever has the morning shift. It's not really like the movies where a head and toe tag are sticking out of each sheet, at least not at our hospital. Those sheets are plenty big enough to cover the whole body, so it's not quite as creepy as you see on TV. Well, not usually. I saw the motorcycle guy as soon as I walked in, and his sheet had fallen to the side, leaving his face and part of his chest exposed. Now, I have a pretty strong stomach. You have to in order to work here, but this guy was messed up. I nearly puked when I saw his face. He only had one eye left, and it stared at me with the little skin left around it. I quickly pulled the sheet back over him, and I went back to work. When I turned to leave, the sheet had not only fallen halfway down his face again, its head was turned to the side, still looking at me. There's no draft or fans blowing in the morgue. Not a single thing could have moved that sheet. I pulled it back over the man for a second time and ran out of there like a scared child. By the time I woke up the following afternoon, I felt pretty silly. What did I know about dead bodies anyway? And that one was so messed up. Who's to say it wasn't just settling or whatever corpses do? I chat with the doctors often, so I wanted to ask that night, but I never quite worked up the nerve. Each way I imagined saying it just made me feel crazy. Either it was a completely normal occurrence that scared me for no reason, or it wasn't normal, and they would think that I'd lost my mind. That's certainly a more logical conclusion than a dead man was watching me. When I made it back to the morgue, I was relieved to see no bodies were left, and set about my work. As I was emptying the trash, I began to hear a soft scratching sound, like something hard scraping a metal surface. I couldn't stand the idea of wondering about it too, so I followed the sound to the freezer drawers. I'm sure you've seen them on TV. The wall of big square cubicles where the bodies are stored until claimed by family. They have metal tables that slide in and out. Yeah, I'm sure you know. It took all of my courage to look inside. The first two were empty, but I finally found the right one on my third try. As soon as the door was open, the noise immediately stopped. I had to know if it was the same guy from yesterday. So I pulled out the body just to peek at his face and had to stifle a scream when I saw an exposed hand sitting atop the white sheet. Most of its flesh was gone, likely removed while sliding down the highway, because it was definitely the motorcycle guy again. I was genuinely sick to my stomach when I confirmed it by viewing his face. His fingers were nothing but bone, which would have been perfect for making the sound I heard. Not wanting to be in there another second, I quickly put everything back as I found it and got the hell out of there. But just as I was exiting, the noise started again. I didn't stop to see how long it lasted. I got back upstairs and didn't say a word to anyone. Thankfully, I was off for the next 2 days, but I do have to go back tonight. Even though the body is probably gone by now, I still have an overwhelming sense of dread. Honestly, I may call in sick. I really can't decide. Does the Hat Man have a nemesis who's bigger than him? I read recently, either Reddit or Facebook, someone was talking about having to touch base with higher frequency beings to get them to deal with the Hat Man. I'm not sure how all of that works because I believe in God, and I believe that you should be able to get rid of him. Nonetheless, I've always felt a lingering, dark cloud. I saw the Hat Man when I was 6, and since then, my life has been an interesting one, full of bad luck, heartbreak, and a lot of paranormal encounters. Recently, I've had weird things happening. Phantom voices in my room, phantom banging on the door. I felt like he was close and watching me, but I didn't see him. It's definitely not a haunting. As my house, it's not haunted. Last night I had a very vivid dream that I was in a very light, beautiful place with the Hat Man and a woman. I'm not sure if she was an angel or what she was, but she reminded me of the goddess of mercy. A woman draped in white and very stately, and it looked like a courtroom, and the the sense that even though everything was cloudy and light, she was seated higher, and to the left of her, the Hat Man was sitting crouched, as if in a dock awaiting sentence. She spoke and said I didn't need to worry about him anymore, that she would be dealing with him for what he's done to me. Today is one of the first days in many, many years that I've felt lighter. I don't feel like I'm weighted down by anything dark or ominous. I don't know if it was just a dream, but I got the feeling his recent efforts to mess with me were very much against the order of heaven, and he was being made accountable. I've never dreamt about him before. So, I don't know if my dream was because of what I read, but I feel lighter, and it's hard to explain, but I've lost the feeling that darkness is inevitable in my life. I didn't even realize till today how strong that feeling had been. This is a story about a ghost I saw. I was a teenager when this happened. I was with a friend, and we both saw her. One night, I was outside on my porch smoking a cigarette, and I saw my buddy pull down the street in his beat-up 90s BMW. He excitedly jumps out of the car with the biggest flashlight I've ever seen. You could literally light up a block with this thing, and that's exactly what we did. We flashed the light down the street a few times, flashed it at houses. The dark rooms were suddenly illuminated, and I was really impressed by how bright this thing was. Oh, the simple pleasures of two rebellious teenagers. The whole neighborhood light show started to get old, so we started walking down my driveway towards the house. It was a long driveway, and at the end of it was my garage. My neighbor's backyard was separated from our property line by tall hedges. I decided this was a great place to test the strength of this light before we walked into my house, so I lit up my driveway, all the way down to the gap between the properties. I paused the light for a few moments, and we were absolutely terrified by what we saw next. An older woman wearing a dark dress walked from behind my garage to my neighbor's property. She was looking down at her feet as she was walking, and she disappeared behind the hedges. Her movements were very unnatural. We both looked at each other, terrified. Did you see that? We ran back down the driveway to his car parked on the road. We sat there for a good half hour, trying to process what had just happened. I slept with the lights on that night. There have been other moments in life that I was just as scared. I almost drowned in a kayaking accident. I got lost in the wilderness, had a very bad LSD trip in my early 20s, and encountered what I believe was a young, demon-possessed woman. But this one, it has to rank close to the top of terror level for me. I grew up on the beautiful island of Guam. My father was in the military, so we had a nice house on a base. Unfortunately, I was terrified of sleeping in my room, so I slept on my parents' bedroom floor. One evening, I shifted my pillows around while having trouble falling asleep. During the process, I noticed a pale and purple finger that looked like it belonged to a corpse. I stared in horror, unsure what to do, and watched as it slowly retreated under the bed. I covered the spot with a pillow and tried my hardest to sleep, but I just couldn't. One day, I looked under my parents' bed to see bright yellow glowing eyes that definitely didn't belong to one of our cats. It was staring me down, and I felt uneasy, like I wasn't safe, and I wasn't meant to see it. In that house, I regularly heard glass shattering in the kitchen, only to discover nothing was broken. There were also heavy footsteps that ran up and down the hallway. From the corner of her eye, my sister often saw someone hanging in my parents' bedroom, only to have it disappear when she looked. I saw shadow people running around in darker areas of the house. My father would tell the spirits to leave in peace, and things would be quiet for a week or two, before getting weird again. I grew up in a small town in Texas, and lived in a house with my sister and parents. My parents weren't right for each other, and they would divorce when I was 8 years old. In the same year they divorced, something would happen to me in that house that I'll never forget. I've never been as frightened as I was that night. This is what I experienced. First off, the layout of my room. I had bunk beds as a kid. Why? I don't know. The bottom bunk was always empty. Never had any bedding on it except for that plastic mattress cover you'd put on kids' beds in case they wet the bed. Anyway, when you walked into my room, there was a wall in front of you, and the square room opened up to your right. In the opposite corner from the door was my bed. The bed was elevated, laying perpendicular to the bottom bed. The foot of the bottom bunk stuck out, about 4 feet past the top. There was a ladder directly to the right of the bottom bed to climb up to the top as well. The bed was made of real wood and was known to creak a lot, even when the temperature in the room would change due to AC or heat. I also had a glowworm nightlight that was plugged in about a foot from the door. It was a dim light, but there was enough light for me to see if I needed to go to the restroom. Initially, the bed creaking would scare me, but I got used to it over time. On this night, I'm lying awake in my bed, listening to my parents have an argument. Nearing the end of their marriage, they were arguing rather loudly and longer than usual. The bed had creaked a few times as the AC began to cool the room down, but I wasn't fazed until I heard a different sound, a deep, weighted, familiar sound. Familiar because it was the sound the ladder would make when I would step on it. A lot different tone than when the ladder would settle. I was initially startled, but I gave myself a pep talk about how I wasn't a baby anymore. I shouldn't be scared of noises at night. I was able to calm my nerves until I heard the exact same sound again, and then again, in a rhythm, as if someone was walking up the ladder. With each step that was taken, I became increasingly more anxious. By the 4th footstep, I'd sunk into my mattress, clenching the sheets with my hands. I was petrified. Okay, someone is definitely walking up my ladder, I thought. Like children do, I determined, on the count of 3, I was going to quickly lean over the side of the bed to see what it was. Because I was going to scare whoever it was. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. I jerked to my left and leaned over the side of the railing to surprise this mystery person. There was nothing there, just an empty wooden ladder. I shook the ladder, assuming it was just the wood settling, making sure all of its creaks were out. There, I thought, assuming I'd fix the issue all by myself, like a big boy. As I lay there, recounting what had happened, I thought, no, I know what I heard, and it was not normal sounds. I'm not being a scaredy cat. I was glued to my bed, afraid to move. Something is in here with me, I whispered. My parents were still arguing. I decided to focus on what they were saying and not what was happening in my room, just to ignore and avoid it. As if this presence was not to be ignored, I heard another sound, another heavy, distinct sound, the sound of someone standing, laying, or otherwise putting their weight on the bottom bed. The box springs on these beds were old enough to make the sound that they were wearing out, and because they lay on these wooden frames, the sound was magnified. And that plastic cover, there was zero doubt about this sound. I know what I heard. There was no mistaking it or kidsplaining this one. This time I apprehensively leaned to my left to peek over the side of the railing, staying as close to the mattress as possible. Normally, if I looked over the side onto the bottom bed, the nightlight would illuminate the plastic cover, enough to see that it was a white opaque, no other colors or shades present, just uniformly white. If there was something left on the bed, the nightlight would cast a shadow from the object across part of the mattress. When I peeked over the side of the railing to investigate what I heard, I could see that the mattress cover was all white, except for two large dark spots, two shadows, right next to each other. Yet no clothes or toys were on the bed. These two shadows were distinctively shaped. They were footprints. You could see the mattress cover sunk into the mattress, clearly, with ripples, creases in the cover where it was being stretched. There was absolutely no confusing what I was looking at with any other explanation. I came unglued. I jumped back as far into the corner of the bed as possible, up against the wall in the far corner of my room. Knees tucked into my chest, arms holding my knees. I started screaming at the top of my lungs. Mom? Mom! I was shaking in terror. Within seconds, my parents had ended their argument, burst in the door, and flipped the light switch on. They kept asking me what happened, but I wouldn't say. Was it listening? Would it come back to get me if I told? I said nothing about what happened, continued to cry and shake uncontrollably. I slept in their bed for the rest of the night. The next morning, they asked me again what had happened. I explained that I had just wanted them to stop fighting, fearing whatever it was would come back for me. I've never been more scared in my entire life. I'll be 40 this year. It was so real. There was no mistaking what I saw and heard. Had there been any explanation for what happened, I surely would have just forgotten about it. Years later, in my 20s, I asked my mother if she remembered that night. I explained that I had screamed for her, crying and shaking, and wouldn't tell them anything. She looked at me and said, "Yeah, I do. When you screamed, we honestly thought someone had broken in and was stabbing you." I know that's dark, but that's what it sounded like. Though I don't recall this, she said my father had brought his gun into the room. I explained to her what had actually happened that night. She just stared at me the whole time, wide-eyed. Are you fucking kidding me? I had 2 separate things happen to me in that house, too. No shit. This is how my mom talks, by the way. She proceeds to tell me a story about making lunches for us to take to school, and the bread being moved to the floor when she would turn around to get something from the refrigerator. The other story, it's reminiscent of the movie I've seen, Poltergeist. She said dining room chairs were moved on top of the table multiple times. It may be true, but I just didn't feel the same energy from her as the first story. She seemed more passionate and certain about. They could both be fabricated, because my mom is weird, but there's no doubt in my mind what occurred that night in my room, and I'll never forget. Yesterday on the way home, I checked the countryside roads on Google Maps looking for any cemeteries I wasn't aware of. It's something I do often. I enjoy walking around and recording, just to see if I catch anything. I found one on a narrow side road, but when I got there, I saw that it was on private property. It was also a 10-minute walk through a field just to get to it. Not wanting to upset the owner, I went to the house next door, down a long gravel lane. As I got closer, it became obvious the house was not being lived in. It was a huge 2-story farmhouse that was probably quite beautiful once upon a time. I knocked on the door anyway. I've seen people live in worse conditions, so I at least wanted to make the effort. This place was unkept, and it looked pretty creepy. All the windows had tattered curtains, and a few were broken. I opened the screen door, and when I knocked, it swung open. It looked like the previous owners had moved out quickly, several years ago. The house was still full of furniture. Clothes were laying on the floor. The kitchen table was still there. I stepped inside, phone recording, and I called out several times, already knowing the place was empty. Within 45 seconds, I was hit full on with a blast of very cold air. Felt like being outside on a winter night with only a pair of shorts on. It was 60 degrees outside and warm inside, but this cold air was slowly moving up my lower legs. As this happened, I felt a horrible stinging sensation in my left leg, just above the ankle, like several fire ants were biting me. Out loud, I asked if something was doing that, to please stop. I had to repeat it several times and explain that I wasn't there to do anything to the house before the burning finally ceased. But the cold air remained. I never went further into the house. I asked the usual questions while panning the camera around, and just as I went to leave, I saw a misty apparition cross the room from right to left. I'd got it on video, too. I was alone and wasn't smoking. There was no fog inside, and the house is 900 feet from the road, so it wasn't a reflection. The apparition immediately gave me a dark, ominous feeling. It definitely wasn't friendly or welcoming. I've visited many cemeteries and other haunted places over the years, but I've never witnessed anything like this. I'm somewhat of a skeptic. I always try to debunk everything, but this one has me speechless. I'll definitely be locating the owner and attempting to get permission for an investigation. This whole thing has been happening for a few weeks now. I'm a pretty spiritual person, but lately I've been slacking a bit in that department. I've recently gone through a breakup, and I've just been caught up in the 9-to-5 cycle, doing the bare minimum. Life has been hard in general for the last 3 or 4 months. I've always struggled with sleep. I get a weird anxiety right before bed, and it causes me to toss and turn all night. It's rare for me to have a restful sleep. Recently, I started waking up in the middle of the night. It always feels like something's watching me. It happens a few times, and lately, I've actually started seeing shit from the corner of my eyes. Sometimes, I see a dark mist moving across the room, but I usually blame it on delirium, go back to sleep so I don't have to think about it. Twice now, I've woken up to my bed shaking. The first time, I thought I was going crazy. I opened my eyes, stared at the ceiling while my bed was rocking. I live in California, so I thought it was a small earthquake, but no one else had felt it. The same thing happened again last week. I woke up to my bed actually rocking, and this time, my chest felt heavy, and it made me claustrophobic. I closed my eyes and pleaded for it to stop. I was so tired, I eventually passed out from sheer exhaustion. I once felt something move next to me, and I was so frightened, I stayed awake for most of the night. But as I was falling back asleep, someone caressed my face and sleep was no longer an option. Now, I'm sleeping in a different room. My mom and I decided it would be a good idea to start fresh with a new space. She's always said that she felt negative vibes from my other room. She didn't even feel comfortable sleeping in there when I'd ask. Yesterday, she was helping me clean it out, and she felt like something was angry or wanted her to get out. I'm scared this shit will continue in the new room, but I did a cleansing to protect it as best I could. I slept in there last night and nothing actually happened, but I was also so anxious I didn't get much rest. I've always been sensitive to ghosts, but I didn't actually see one until I moved into this apartment 2 years ago, and I sensed an older woman's spirit in the bathroom. There are holes in the shower wall where there used to be support rods, and I get the feeling that she may have fallen and died in the tub. There's no evidence of it, it's just a feeling. A few months ago, I saw a shadow figure, and I can feel her presence almost every day. She seems to be nice for the most part. Anytime I've asked her to give me some space, she lets things be. Lately, her presence has felt stronger, and last night my iPad started playing Adele's Hello by itself. There's nothing more terrifying than sitting in the dark and randomly hearing, "Hello, it's me." I paused it and checked the iPad. There were no music apps open, no other songs on the playlist, just that. And yes, I took screenshots. I was freaked out, trying to forget about it, but my dog started barking a few minutes later. I turned around, and she was still barking at the bathroom door. When I told her to quit, I think she sensed how frightened I was because she came to cuddle with me, but she also kept doing double takes at the bathroom door for the rest of the night. I slept terribly, and I don't really know what to do. I've cleansed the apartment a few times, but it doesn't seem to help. I'm starting to wonder if she's just getting sick of being told no. She really does seem nice, but I don't want to invite her in. I've read enough ghost stories to know that that's how a lot of possessions start. Any suggestions? It's the next day, and I'm still freaking out. I love paranormal stuff, finding haunted places to explore. On some nights, when I get bored, I go for a walk. One time, I was telling a friend about a nearby school that I'd Googled while looking for haunted places to investigate. Years before, on Halloween, it was the site of multiple murders, so it seemed like the perfect spot for a haunting. When I first entered the school, nothing happened. Then, I started mocking any potential ghosts by saying they must have been chicken if they aren't even going to try to scare me. I walked to the middle of the field. I noticed the school's lights were flickering. I heard someone running in the distance, and when I looked up, I saw a person sprinting towards me at full speed. Then they ducked behind a nearby crate. But when I went over there, they were gone. Nobody could have run away. I was watching the entire time. Something clearly wasn't happy with my taunts. So I went home. A couple of weeks later, my friend convinced me to go back with him. I filmed our investigation. In the recording, you can hear someone walking in the distance. You can barely hear it at first, but it gets louder as they get closer. It was dead quiet, and we both heard someone step on gravel, even though nobody was there. We looked everywhere, but we couldn't find anything to explain what we heard. When we started heading home, we heard another step, but that one was really close. Unfortunately, all my footage was somehow corrupted, so I have no proof except for my word. I plan on going back this weekend to try again. I wasn't really expecting to be sharing this particular story again anytime soon, but since I've already opened my mouth, I might as well do it. But be warned, this is the short and sweet version of the incident, and it's not very short. One big thing to keep in mind is that I've always been the black sheep or outcast. Even among the few friends I once had, I was still the oddball out. So the fact that this would have happened to me instead of anyone else I knew, it's no surprise to me. In the earlier mid-2000s, I'd already been banned from the latest school that I was sent to, and I already didn't belong there anyways. Meanwhile, I was also taking care of a so-called family member. Well, being me, I educated myself through things that had everyone else around me scared shitless to even venture to my front door. Naturally, because of this, even the local Catholic deacon, basically a priest who can marry, he would tell everyone who even mentioned my name, "Be careful about him. He's extremely unstable." Needless to say, at the time, I was already studying ancient witchcraft, along with a mound of other things. So, of course, this had the deacon terrified of me too, so he only used that to fuel his trash talk about me. It was right around the middle of summer, and I'm doing my usual, reading and listening to music. I get a call from the same man, the deacon. And this guy is panicking, like someone is about to slaughter his family, literally begging me to visit his house immediately. And mind you, it's the middle of the damn night. I'm immersed in my reading, not exactly in the mood for visiting someone who's basically little more than an enemy. But I agreed to visit him anyway. He lived across town. For me, that was a fairly short walk. I get to this man's house, and the first thing I hear is what sounded like a full choir of screaming coming from inside. But his family was all outside the house with him. By this point, I'm already wondering, what the hell is going on, and what or who did you piss off? Mind you, from outside, apart from this screaming I kept hearing, everything seemed completely ordinary. But I started hearing things from inside that house that I knew full well I shouldn't be hearing. The closest I can describe it would be starting as an almost impossibly deep wailing, similar to that of winds of a tornado or like, but much, much deeper, and slowly getting louder. After a brief conversation with the deacon, even his wife pipes up, telling me that if I could help, as apparently everyone else said I could, then they would openly rescind everything that her husband had said about me to the rest of the town, and then some. Personally, I would have been satisfied with just humbling the guy. But of course, because they also had 2 children, and I've always been protective of kids, I agreed to help them out anyway. I wasn't going to enter his house without him accompanying me, but this guy was shaking like crazy, literally clutching his Bible and his priest robes like they were his lifeline, just walking with me. Personally, until that night, I'd never even heard of a priest being so scared. For some weird reason, as soon as I crossed the threshold of the house, all screaming and everything just stopped. The place was so quiet you could hear a pin drop on the basement floor. Even for me, that was a little eerie. I had to tell the deacon to start reading, more like whispering from his scripture, while I called out. It took a few minutes of this, but I already knew that since his presence had already somehow pissed something off, the same was bound to happen again. Right about then, I started feeling the house getting hot, and I mean literally fire hot. Of course, accompanied by a roaring voice. Mind you, I've always been physically and mentally desensitized to fear, though I don't really know why. The next thing I know, the deacon gets sent across the room, and I'm plunged against the wall so hard the wall caved in on me. A split second later, the house is on fire, yet somehow I'm the only one not fazed by it. Among the last things I recall is seeing a trio of figures that looked like they came straight out of a D&D meets Dante's Inferno film. And all 3 are giving me specifically a stare that was most definitely homicidal. Beyond that, I distinctly remember getting into a literal fistfight with these entities before I finally recalled part of what I was studying in terms of a binding, banishing ritual. Suffice to say, I used what part of the rite I could at that moment, and though it physically felt like I'd been bludgeoned by a truck, just like that, it was over. The deacon had asked me what it was that I did. The only thing I could tell him was, the next time you decide to trash talk the use of ancient magic, buddy, I suggest you think twice. The deacon spent a few nights in the hospital after that, due to somehow breaking one of his legs and something else I can't recall. But what I was left with, in terms of the marks, I was told that I shouldn't have been able to even stand on my own after the impact against the wall. But there was more to all of it than I was even willing to tell then, and the same remains even now. Overall, the incident of that night is just one of the many reasons for which I tell people, to this day, if an entity is capable of moving a person or object with enough force to do some damage, then that entity is fully capable of ending a life with either equal or greater force. A house spontaneously burning down while also rebuilding itself. Myself getting sent practically through a wall and another coming out with broken bones. Yeah, according to everyone else. Neither of us should have survived that. There's a skate park 3 blocks away from my apartment, but there's always a bunch of kids hanging around during the day, so I prefer going at night. It's absolutely terrifying how careless children can be with their own bodies. You'd think a broken bone would be enough to slow them down, but it only seemed to encourage this bunch. Well, maybe what happened to that Andreas kid will finally scare some sense into them. But I won't be around to find out, one way or another. The boy was only 12. He was trying to do his first flip and landed directly on his head. They're not supposed to be allowed to skate without a helmet, but you know how kids are. Last night, the family chose to end life support assistance, and he passed away shortly after. I went by the park earlier this evening, and it was already empty, so I stopped to make a few runs. I was in the middle of the straightway when I heard someone else coming up on me, fast, really fast. It sounded like they were about to run me over. I panicked and jumped off my board. It was a less than graceful maneuver that ended me flat on my ass, but when I turned to curse the idiot riding my tail, the night fell silent. No one was there. I stayed down for several minutes, scanning the area, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Eventually, I wrote it off as being on edge, got back on my board, skated for roughly 10 more minutes, just long enough to completely drop my guard before it happened again. I was in the middle of turning around when I heard someone barreling towards me, and this time, I caught a glimpse of a small form as I lost balance and fell over. It looked like a young boy. Luckily, I was wearing a helmet, so the impact only left me a little shaken. But once again, no one was there, and all was silent. I don't know what to make of all this, but I wasn't sticking around to see what happened next. I only looked back when I was halfway to the next block. A lone shadow figure stood, unmoving, just outside the light of the street lamp, and the item held at their side was clearly a skateboard. I guess that could have been any kid standing there, but it couldn't have been just any kid that almost ran me down twice. There was absolutely nowhere for them to go. At the very least, I would have heard them riding away. I didn't know what else to do, so I came here. I feel a little better just sharing the story in general. Thanks for reading. Update. Hey again. It's been 3 days since I posted this story. I wanted to let you all know that I'm not the only one who's had an experience at the park. There's a convenience store down the street that all of the skaters use. I ran into one of the older kids this evening. He noticed me on the way out. I could tell he was trying to work up the nerve to talk to me. I wanted to know if he saw anything strange, just as badly, so I brought it up first. His look of relief was unmistakable. He quickly launched into his own story. He, too, had been knocked over by an invisible skater, but he also claimed to have heard someone crying when he first arrived. He said it was the loud, anguished cry of someone seriously injured. He tried to locate the source for several minutes before the sobs fell silent. There was no trace of anyone else in the park. It's been pretty slow over there since the accident. The guy was clearly shaken up. I'm not ashamed to admit that his story completely changed my plans. I'd half convinced myself that my own experience was pure imagination, paranoia. But then this kid comes along with not only the same story, but an even worse one. Well, no thank you. I've seen enough to last a lifetime, and there's plenty of other parks in the city. I live in a small town with only 2 movie theaters. One is the regular variety, while the other solely plays classics, which in this case just means anything made before 1980. It only stays in business because there's nothing else to do around here, and because they made the building into a historical landmark. I'm not sure what it was originally, but it became a theater in 1951, and it's looked the exact same ever since. Been owned by the same family, too. Old movies aren't really my thing, so I've only been there a handful of times until recently, but I grew up hearing the ghost stories. I just never thought they were true. In the 1960s, a young woman came to a double feature and sat alone in the back row. That was a pretty uncommon sight, so people noticed her as the night wore on, especially after she continuously dismissed anyone who tried to talk to her. Witnesses described her as sad and anxious. When the second film ended, the lights came on, and everyone began to file out of the exit until they were stopped by an ear-splitting scream. 2 school teachers had stopped to check on the lone woman who was now slumped over and unresponsive. Thinking she'd fallen asleep, they tried to wake her. And that's when they saw the cold, dead stare in her glassy eyes. The autopsy revealed an overdose that police concluded to be accidental. She went to the movies that night to hide from an asshole named Tony. The pair had began dating earlier that year, and their fights were known to be violent. The police took him in for questioning, but he didn't force her to take the drugs, and over a dozen witnesses saw her sitting alone, undisturbed, during the final hours of her life. After being cut loose, he chose to drown his sorrows at the theater, and he wasn't quiet about it. One night, a group of construction workers decided they'd heard enough, tried to kick him out. But Tony had a gun. He managed to kill one of the construction workers and a waitress before the others wrestled him to the ground. Ultimately, he took his own life in prison. But his victims are said to still haunt the theater today. I always thought the owners were faking the sightings to drum up business, but I can't explain what I saw last night. There were only a few other people in the late show, and we were all spread out, but about halfway through the movie, I saw movement in the corner of my eye. I was only a few seats down from the wall, and we were the only people in our row. No one else could have been there without walking past us or climbing over several chairs. But suddenly, there was a woman dressed like a waitress from one of those 50s diners. I stared at her in confusion for only a few moments, wondering where she came from. Before she turned to face me, I saw that half of her head was missing. I jumped out of my seat with a muffled yelp, scared my date half to death. But when I tried to point at the waitress, no one was there. The rest of our row was empty once again, and I was left looking like a lunatic. In my panic, I began describing a rabid beast of a rat, but I only made a bigger fool of myself. Regardless, the one thing I do know for sure is that I'm never going back to that theater again. No thanks. You know how sometimes the day just gets away from you? Time passes like both molasses and the speed of light. There's times where so many things happen in a day, it's hard to remember any of it outside of a chaotic blur. Even if I think I have stored something away in the remember to tell someone about this bank, a slew of meetings, several phone calls later, I've lost it. Many a story is likely lost this way. I'm only saying this because I just came to that epiphany when I remembered something crazy weird that happened to me yesterday. I'd even forgot to tell my wife about it because I'd gathered too many other stories about my day that took up the conversation. Yesterday, I'm standing in the elevator alone at work. It's the middle of the day. I felt an ice-cold hand grasp around my wrist. It wasn't like a scary grasp. Almost like a child was grabbing my arm and then quickly pulled away. When I felt it, I didn't think to recoil away. My first thought was, there's definitely nobody else in this elevator with me. That was weird. I didn't even bother turning around. Just accepted what had happened as a bit creepy. Then I got off on my floor and went straight to my desk. And that was that. Does this story bring up any, oh yeah, I forgot that happened, little repressions for anyone else? Or is it just me? Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective, an appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her Lucky Strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, Bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. Through the hoop, on the other side, looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again, except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks. The high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. He'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all loved that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, that's a shame. What kind of dog? By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that? We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted Bomber number 2. Do I think he was my Bomber? In reality, my Bomber would have been much older, if not dead by that time. I'd lost him when I was around 7, and Bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s, and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time Bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. I may be a fully grown adult female now, but I've had a crippling fear of doctors, especially surgeons, since I was a teenager. I got this fear because my best friend died when we were 14, and my family doesn't believe in therapy, just smiling. Dee was born with a lot of health issues, so she was always sickly growing up, but things got really bad in 8th grade. I was staying the night with her when things got so bad that she had to go to the hospital at 2 a.m. The doctors took a lot of blood and ran various tests, only to determine that she had appendicitis. They took her into surgery, promising the procedure was completely routine, should only take about an hour. Her mother, Penny, and I sat in the waiting room and played cards to pass the time, but an hour came and went without any updates. Only after Penny begged the nurse to check on Dee did one of the doctors come to speak to her. The procedure was a success, but Dee's condition didn't improve. Now her kidneys were failing, and the doctor rushed her back into surgery without answering any more questions. Within the next 20 minutes, Dee's entire family was there helping her raise hell. Her aunt was a nurse and said the whole situation reeked of a screw-up. 2 hours later, we got the news. Dee was gone. That was one of the darkest nights of my life. I had just been holding her hand before the surgery, joking about how much we would play up the whole experience into something melodramatic once we got back to school. Her parents hired a lawyer, and we learned that there was never a problem with Dee's appendix at all. When they opened her up, it was completely fine, but they took it out anyway. The stress her body endured exacerbated her actual problem, her failing kidneys. They removed one and were in the process of removing the second when she passed away. Fast forward a year. I'm in 9th grade, and my arch nemesis is a girl named Hillary. She was the cliché, bitchy, popular type, and her mom happened to be a nurse at the hospital where Dee had passed away. Well, Hillary started telling everyone that Dee's ghost was haunting the operating floor. Her mom saw her. I was pissed. I was a full-blown hardcore skeptic, and no words were going to convince me that Hillary wasn't just using Dee to garner attention. I walked right into the circle of girls, pushed Hillary into a locker, and promised to knock her teeth out if she ever said Dee's name again. She swore she was telling the truth, so I hit her, and then 4 other girls jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me. They tried to suspend me for breaking Hillary's nose. I missed her front teeth, but I was covered in bruises, and my lip was swollen from the other 4 girls, so my parents demanded they also be suspended. Obviously, the school didn't want to suspend their cheerleaders, so none of us were suspended. Instead, we got a stern talking to. Over the years, random stories would spread of people seeing Dee's ghost, and I always blamed Hillary for starting the rumor in the first place. We gave each other hell all the way through graduation, and I celebrated the last time I'd have to see her. Now, fast forward again, 2 years ago. I went home for Christmas and got T-boned by a Charger running a red light. The ride to the hospital was a blur, but I needed emergency surgery. Afterwards, I was taken to a recovery room where I slowly began regaining consciousness. Before I opened my eyes, I became aware of someone sitting on the bed, holding my hand. Thinking it was my mother, I opened my eyes to see Dee smiling at me. All I could do was stare in shocked silence until she disappeared. A nurse came in a moment later and shook me back to reality. She was also my best friend during our junior and senior year of high school and wanted to be there when I woke up. I probably wouldn't have said anything if it had been a stranger, but as soon as I realized my nurse was Lizzie, it just spilled out of me. The way she looked at me made me think that I'd been having some sort of hallucination from all the drugs. But then she said that she had seen Dee too. Most of the nurses had. When she learned I was on the floor, she asked the staff not to mention Dee because of my history with Hillary. She didn't want anyone to upset me by mistake. Apparently, Dee often checks in on patients coming in and out of surgery, and sometimes while they're still in surgery. But they've never heard of her sitting on anyone's bed or holding their hand. All that time, it was true, but I just couldn't believe it. Every time I've gone home since, I stop and have lunch with Lizzie, and I like to think that Dee comes too.